Good afternoon and welcome to our February 7th Board of Education business meeting. Welcome to our board members, MCPS staff, and members of our community who are joining us here today, and those who are watching this meeting via live stream on MCPS website and MCPS TV. Now, let us begin the meeting by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will now call the roll to recognize board members and to establish that we have a quorum. I'll start with Mr. Kim.
Hello, everyone. Arvin Kim, student member of the board.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Lynn Harris. Just a quick announcement. You may see a lot of us here wearing orange today. That is because February is Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, and MCPS works very closely in partnership with the Family Justice Center and their Choose Respect work to support students in understanding how to have safe, respectful relationships. And in the context of Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, today is Wear Orange Day. And also, I would just like to take the opportunity to introduce a special guest in our audience. We have with us today Ms. Marla Posey-Moss, who is the president of Free State PTA.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Good morning, everyone. Rebecca Spondrowski.
Good morning, Shebra Evans. Great to see everyone.
Good morning, Brenda Wolf.
Good morning, Julie Yang. Good to see everyone.
Thank you. Before we begin, I'd like to amend the agenda to remove item 10.2 from the consent agenda. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
A second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present. Now I need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
A second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present. Okay. We are now moving on to our Human Resources and Development Report. I'm sorry, are we doing the resolutions first or the? Can I get a motion to approve the Human Resources and Development Report?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present. Dr. McKnight?
Okay. Thank you for approval of that report. I would like to acknowledge some of our staff who have passed away. Whereas the death on September 9th, 2022 of Ms. Kimba Namdi, a social science teacher with the Montgomery Virtual Academy, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the 3 years that Ms. Namdi worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, she created a positive interpersonal relationship with our students and staff to ensure a secure, productive, and nurturing learning environment. Whereas Ms. Namdi was a devoted educator who encouraged her students to challenge themselves and instilled a willingness to learn and persevere, she fostered an interactive atmosphere in which her students received support that matched their needs. Her passion for teaching ensured her students' interest in and understanding of the subject matter taught. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express our sorrow at the death of Mrs. Namdi and extend deepest sympathy to her family.
Move approval.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous with those present.
Thank you. Next, the death on December 12, 2022 of Ms. Alvaline Isam, special education paraeducator at Clarksburg High School, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the nearly 18 years Mrs. Isam worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, she demonstrated her ability to collaborate with a team in identifying appropriate supports for students she served. She made strong connections with students with the understanding that each student learns differently and requires an individualized approach. Ms. Ism was a great communicator. She was very organized and used her time wisely, needing very little supervision. Ms. Ism displayed a high level of professionalism. She established a respectful partnership with parents in support of a positive school environment and success for every student. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express our sorrow at the death of Ms. Ism and extend deepest sympathy to her family.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous with those present.
Thank you. And my final resolution acknowledges the death on December 12th, 2022 of Ms. Valerie Carbelling, school secretary at Gaithersburg High School, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the 3+ years Mrs. Carbelling worked for MCPS, she displayed an exceptional ability to communicate well with students and their parents. She treated all staff members and visitors with courtesy and respect. Ms. Carbelling was a hardworking team member at Gaithersburg High School who got along well with her coworkers and the students. She was efficient in completing all office duties and demonstrated exceptional problem-solving skills. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express our sorrow at the death of Mrs. Carbelling and extend deepest sympathy to her family.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present.
Thank you. I will move forward with recommended appointments that we're bringing forward to the Board of Education today. Our first appointment bringing forward is Dr. Tamitha E. Campbell as Director in the Office of School Support and Wellbeing in the Office of the Superintendent of Schools. She is joined by Robert Sterling Grace, her mate and best friend. Her father, Dr. Fisher, and her 2 children, Jordan and Sydney Campbell, are watching online. Please stand. Dr. Campbell, please stand. I know who you are. Dr. Campbell has been employed with Montgomery County Public Schools for 26 years as an English teacher, team leader, staff development teacher, assistant principal, lead consulting principal, and most recently as acting director in the Office of School Support and Wellbeing. Dr. Campbell looks forward to continuing her work within the Office of School Support and Wellbeing and supporting the principals and school communities.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present.
Congratulations. We're starting the staffing season early, as I can hear in the room. Our second appointment we're bringing forward is Dr. Joe L. Rubens, Jr. as a Director in the Office of School Support and Wellbeing in the Office of the Superintendent of Schools. He sends a shout out to his wife, Stacy Rubens, and their sons, Joe and Jacob, who are watching online. Dr. Rubens has been employed with MCPS for 25 years as a paraeducator, teacher, principal, and most recently as principal at John F. Kennedy High School. Dr. Rubens looks forward to joining the Office of School Support and Wellbeing and support the work of principals and schools.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those.
Congratulations. Our next appointment that we are bringing forward is the appointment of Mr. Michael Lewis, Assistant Director in the Department of Transportation in the Office of the Chief of District Operations in the Office of the Chief Operating Officer. Mr. Lewis has been employed with MCPS for more than 10 years as a bus operator, supervisor, manager, executive director, acting director, and most recently as acting assistant director in the Department of Transportation. Mr. Lewis looks forward to continuing his work in transportation leadership and in the Office of District Operations to provide safe and equitable access to education for all MCPS students and to support the dedicated employees in the Transportation Office. Joining him today is his husband, Nick.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present.
Congratulations. Our next and final appointment is bringing forth the appointment of Mr. Travis J. Wiebe as the principal of Somerset Elementary School. Mr. Wiebe has been employed with MCPS for 20 years as a classroom teacher, teacher staffing coordinator, assistant principal, principal intern, and most recently as a director in the Department of Human Capital Management. Mr. Wiebe looks forward to joining the Somerset Elementary School community, where he will work collaboratively with students, staff, and families to ensure every child receives an excellent education and is prepared to thrive in their future.
Move approval.
I second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present.
Congratulations, Mr. Wiebe.
I think we can move on to agenda item number 4.
Okay, thank you. For agenda item number 4, I do have one recognition, and that recognition is recognition of educators who earned certification from the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards in 2022. Through its National Board Certification Program, the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards certifies highly accomplished educators who meet rigorous standards through intensive study, expert evaluation, self-assessment, and peer review. NBPTS seeks to identify and recognize teachers who effectively enhance student learning and demonstrate the high level of knowledge, skills, abilities, and commitments reflected in the 5 core propositions that define what National Board Certified teachers should know and be able to do. There are currently 182,569 educators nationwide who hold National Board certification. In the state of Maryland, 5,132 educators hold National Board certification. Maryland ranks 11th in the nation for the total number of educators who have achieved certification. MCPS continues to lead the state in the numbers of educators who were awarded this prestigious recognition of their proficiency, with 70 new NBCTs this year and 90 educators who have achieved maintenance of certificate. This brings the total number of NBCTs in MCPS to 648, with 1,066 educators who have earned National Board certification while working for MCPS. So whereas the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards has established a voluntary certification program to recognize outstanding teacher competency, the Maryland State Department of Education and MCPS have participated in financial aid programs to encourage educators to engage in the rigorous process of becoming a National Board certified teacher. MCPS provides a variety of supports to assist candidates as they work through the process of National Board certification. MCPS has identified the skills, competencies, and rigor of the National Board of Professional Teaching Standards 5 core propositions as the foundation for the teacher's professional growth system. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education support increasing the number of NBCT teachers, that the Montgomery County School recognizes and appreciates the leadership skills and abilities of NBCC teachers that benefit our staff, students, and communities, that the Board of Education, the Superintendent of Schools, urge all Montgomery County residents to join in recognizing and expressing their appreciation for these educators and the skills they bring to the students of Montgomery County Public Schools. And therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby recognize the educators named on the attached list for having completed the National Board certification process and having received the certification in December of 2022. So we'd like to recognize all of our teachers who are on that list who've accomplished this really meaningful opportunity that furthers the support of our students.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present. Thank you, Dr. McKnight. We will now move on to agenda number 5, which is our public comments. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it's not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, programs, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, and other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Those who demonstrate disruptive or disrespectful behavior during public comments may be asked to leave the room. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. We have 11 people signed up to provide in-person testimony. Each speaker will receive 2 minutes for comments. When your name is called, please approach the table, speak clearly and directly into the microphone. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on, accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the flat button below the microphone to turn it on and begin speaking. Push the same button once more at the sound of the buzzer to turn it off. In addition to our in-person speakers today, we have 7 people signed up to provide video testimony. We will play these submissions once the in-person testimonies have concluded. Copies of testimonies can be found on board docs where they are posted with the other materials for this board meeting. So we will begin with a hearing from our community, and I will ask the first 3 speakers to please come and take your seats. Our first 3 speakers are Angelina Zhu, Advika Agarwal, and Nia Bansal. Please come forward. Angelina, you may begin.
Good morning, Board of Education members. My name is Angelina Shi, and I'm a junior at Richard Montgomery High School. Our county has promised to reduce carbon emissions by 80% by 2027. Now, 1,400 students demand a solution that's already been implemented at 17 schools across our county, and we demand that this be expanded to turn banana peels, half-bitten sandwiches, and uneaten food from trash into treasure. In this solution, students throw their food scraps into new green bins in the cafeteria instead of trash. Schools also place share carts to function as food hubs, redistributing 9,000 unopened items of food back to students and community centers. But this poses an equity problem. Without county-provided funding for these schools to start these programs, access to these proven climate and food insecurity solutions is relegated to schools that have outside funding supports, such as PTAs. However, we know that Title I schools excel at managing these programs when given the necessary resources, and these are also the same schools that benefit the most from having these programs. Compostology runs composting and food recovery programs at 4 elementary and middle schools, where over 40% of the student body relies on farms assistance. And I've personally talked to so many excited kindergartners who want to start composting at home, and they take the initiative to start clubs at school because these programs place them in the driver's seat of their future. Yet time after time, we're forced to turn interested schools away, not because we don't believe in their success, but because MCPS's funding is not there. And when students and teachers feel that the school system that's meant to protect and prepare them for the future isn't doing that, that's a system that's broken. When we're looking at a budget with 6 zeros at the end of each item, we as the students know that there's room for these programs because strong funding ensures a strong future. If we want to get rid of millions of pounds of carbon dioxide and feed millions of children, we need to have our next year's budget reflect that. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Advika?
Good morning, board members. My name is Advika Agarwal, and I'm a junior at Richard Montgomery High School. Today, I'm here in support of funding for also school composting and food recovery programs. In a county that is working so hard to be a leader in climate action, it's surprising that we are letting the 400,000 plus pounds of food waste that our schools produce every single month simply burn in incinerators. That's enough to fill about 28,000 trash bags, and the carbon footprint of that is equivalent to about 88 years of electricity consumption by one household. And again, this is the monthly footprint left by our schools on our climate, just because of food waste. What's more, at each school with Compostology's food recovery program, about 60 unopened items get placed on share carts each day, and 100% of these items are taken by students or donated to those in need. All of this food would otherwise be burned in incinerators. Seeing the opportunity also to expand equitable education opportunities for children and support Maryland Green School certification, over 60 students, teachers, and parents have approached me and my partner Angelina this past year eager to start these programs. We have built the educational resources and standard practices for rolling out these programs, and what schools need now is funding. With each program costing about $2,000 a year, we would like to see our county begin by allocating enough funds to support at least 30 schools in fiscal year 23 or 24, which amounts to about $60,000 before any price adjustments. These funds will first cover the compost bins, bags, and weekly fees for hauling, and the small one-time fee of a share cart. Second, the funds will cover stipends for both the teachers that make the programs possible and the building services staff who make them successful. We hope that you will all work with us on this proposal this next year to make our school system the leader for Maryland to begin turning food into our next frontier for environment, education, and equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you can turn your light on.
Good morning, members of the board and Dr. McKnight. My name is Nia Bunsel, and I'm a sophomore at Richard Montgomery High School. I'm here today in order to convince you to increase teacher awareness about mental health. Over the past few years, MCPS has adopted numerous mental health resources for students as well as hiring additional professionals for support. For this, I would like to say thank you to all board members, Dr. McKnight, and board staff that have made this possible. I truly believe that these resources will greatly benefit students. The issue now becomes, how do we make students aware of these resources and guide students towards them when it is needed? If teachers are more aware about the resources that students can access, they are more likely to be able to recommend and tell the students about these resources. One way that teachers can be informed about resources is through a simple training. The training could simply focus on showing all teachers the resources that are available and how to guide students through them. However, on top of this, it would be extremely helpful if teachers received additional trainings on mental health overall. I believe it is essential that teachers be able to recognize poor mental health in students. If they recognize the signs of things such as mental health illnesses, they are more likely to be able to help these students. And also be able to recommend them to a counselor or other mental health professionals within the school. I hope that I have convinced you to increase the implementation of teacher training on these mental health topics. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Now we'll have our next set of speakers please come to the table. I'd call Faith Na, Sammy Saeed, and Jennifer Martin. Faith, you may begin.
Good morning, Dr. McKnight and members of the Board of Education. My name is Faith Na. I'm a junior at Poolsville High School, and I'm here today to talk about a basic right and necessity that continues to go unprovided for MCPS students. As you know, while student leaders have successfully advocated for House Bill 133, requiring Maryland to provide free feminine hygiene products to all students in public schools, in addition to independently establishing local period clubs to replenish school inventories, the effort on the county's behalf is simply not enough for menstrual equity. It is the bare minimum. This is not to say that Montgomery County hasn't done anything. We as a county have done great work by installing dispensers in every middle and high school and will continue to do so until 2025. But there is one major issue with Montgomery County's work on menstrual equity, and this is the dispensers themselves. Period product dispensers are filled once, if at all, given that they exist in the first place, when according to a study conducted by the Period nonprofit that 1 in 5 girls struggle to afford menstrual equity. I ask the board, is it truly providing menstrual and educational equity when hindering the distribution of something akin to toilet paper? I speak from firsthand experience when I recall telling you the countless times that my friends and others text others to bring them pads, leaving class, wasting time, and when those pads could just be easily put in restrooms in the first place, what are we doing? The issue is especially important for students who are underserved. As a middle schooler at Argyle Middle School, I helped establish my own period club to face the needs of many girls who had no access and to period products, and sometimes would skip class or not even come to school at all as a result. This experience is not uncommon. So as a county dedicated to educational and menstrual equity, we have placed a portion of the operating budget to period products, which I'm thankful for, but have not fulfilled the promise of menstrual equity completely for our students. It is imperative that MCPS takes further action to improve student wellness so all students, regardless of socioeconomic status, have the resources to thrive in school. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy?
Good morning, Board of Education and Dr. McKnight. My name is Sammy Saeed, and I am a junior at Richard Montgomery High School. Recently, I've spoken to students all over MCPS about the state of wellness and mental health in our county, and I've asked all of these students one question. Do you know the name of your school psychologist? I have asked this to hundreds of students, and not a single one was able to answer this question. This lack of awareness demonstrates the exact issue with our approach to mental health. We expect students to go out of their way to seek help when in reality, we must be reaching out to them. We must better utilize our mental health workers by having them go out of their offices and into classrooms to truly interact with students. Furthermore, we need far more wellness training for teachers to allow them to identify students who are having mental health struggles and be able to give them the appropriate support rather than punish them. We need to better inform students on various ways and various mental health resources available to them, as well as teach them how they can support their own well-being as well as the well-being of other students. As many of you know, mental health and restorative justice practices go hand in hand. Schools need to stop using outdated methods such as suspensions and instead take a restorative approach by truly interacting with students and finding the root of the problem. It is too often the case that students get suspended for something like fighting, and as soon as they come back to school, they get into another fight. Taking a student out of school for around a week doesn't change anything, though providing them with mental health support does. We know this. Furthermore, it is necessary that MCPS does not further the school-to-prison pipeline by sending students to prison cells for things like drug use. We need to focus on rehabilitation, focus on helping these students. The failure to do so has been demonstrated in our high schools and, even more disturbingly, our middle schools through the recent overdoses that have taken place. All of these incidents are preventable. It should not require the death of students to bring about meaningful change. All it takes is the implementation of proper support systems within our schools for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Martin? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Dr. McKnight, Board President Silvestri, Board Vice President Evans, and members of the board. I'm Jennifer Martin, President of the Montgomery County Education Association. I begin with congratulations for our community schools in MCPS, the 26 MCA members who serve as community school liaisons, and Community Schools Coordinator Amy Beal. MCPS was one of just 3 recipients of the Magna Award for Educational Creativity and Innovation. And as we celebrate Black Lives Matter at Schools Week, MCA brings you an invitation to join with us in this week of action. Attached to my remarks is a copy of MCEA's resolution reaffirming our commitment to the goals of supporting Black students, families, and staff in the struggle for equity and justice. Recently, MCEA members and parents at Silver Spring International Middle School brought Councilmember Kate Stewart, Board Member Grace Rivera-Oven, and me to tour the school with them. Sections of the school were completed during the Great Depression. Despite those hard economic times, this county back then invested in providing an uplifting, state-of-the-art environment where students could pursue a broad education. I can assure you that is not happening now as we witness myriad health and safety concerns that continue to go unaddressed there. And today, across the county, we see evidence of years of neglect in many of our school buildings and for our staff. Montgomery County once prided itself in hiring the best and paying the best for high-quality educators. Over the past 20 years, real wages for educators have fallen by 15% or more. Meanwhile, work demands have become crushing as staffing shortages grow. Make it clear that you value educators. Work with us to swiftly come to a negotiated agreement that honors the work we do for our students and families. Then we will proudly join the board to demand from the county the funding needed to restore our schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now call the next set of speakers. Krista McKim, Lyric Winnick, and Ricky Ribeiro will share a spot, and Grace McCann. don't know how we're going to do that. You may begin. Krista.
In 2016, I was hired at Rockville High School to teach English, and I was told I would teach one yearbook class. I said, great, where's the curriculum? They said there isn't one. The first year was rough, but I learned. I attended classes and workshops on my own time and dime. I eventually earned my journalism certification. But my journey is far from the norm. Since COVID, we've lost teachers and programs. This year alone, 1/3 of yearbook advisors are brand new. MCPS offers many different publications courses, which teach students to effectively use their voices and support the blueprint for Maryland's future. But there is confusion and inconsistency between schools, and there's little to no support. Last June, I created and led a publications conference for 100 MCPS students. During pre-service this year, I led PD for 20 teachers. I Zoom with teachers after school, and I answer countless emails. All of this is unpaid. Student publications matter, and every school deserves to be supported by more than just me. Representing 24 publications teachers from 18 different high schools, we ask you to fund a publications board of directors, change the TV studio and literary magazine stipends to ECA 3s, provide buses for student journalism conference, provide annual professional development, and lastly, access to a curriculum. An attached appendix details all of these recommendations with costs. While preparing this list, I met with teachers, the instructional office, the extracurricular office, and others. And I kept hearing this was desperately needed. These solutions provide support, consistency, and accountability. We ask that you use ESSER funds for immediate support and then fund these recommendations permanently in the next budget. Help us rebuild vital programs that were decimated by COVID. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Winnick?
Good morning. Lyric Winnick, PTSA president at BCC High School. In 2 minutes, it's hardly possible to retrieve Narcan and administer it to a student. Ricky and I are splitting 2 minutes for a life and death issue. Please read our written statements, including powerful words from Kennedy students. Sadly, yesterday, my own BCC student walked out of 4th period class into a thick cloud of weed smoke. 2 points. Help school security staff. At BCC, in addition to safety, our 5-person team counsels students and provides critical first aid, saving a life during a seizure. Support them. Please don't ask them to do too much with too little. Talk with students. Other than stadium bleachers, BCC lacks a space to hold an all-school meeting. We didn't have community conversations with kids after the lockdown or recent alcohol overdose. Students watch peers be loaded into ambulances and then go to math. Enough. After a serious incident, have system-wide protocols to reach out, talk, and listen. Nobody wants first responder sirens to become a routine part of the school day.
Thank you, Lyric. I'm Ricky Ribeiro. I'm Vice President of the John F. Kennedy PTSA, and I'm a proud product of MCPS myself. And the safety, stability, and structure that MCPS provided me back when I was a teenager was key in my successful transition to adulthood. But today, too many MCPS bathrooms have become trap houses where kids smoke Percocets, marijuana, and vape routinely. And drug use is not the only safety issue with regard to bathrooms, as evidenced by the tragic incident at Magruder last year, where a physical altercation turned into a nearly deadly shooting. As an officer of the PTSA at John F. Kennedy, we're being asked the following questions, and we believe that they deserve answers. How and what is MCPS doing to ensure drug use is not happening in its schools, and specifically the bathrooms? How is MCPS making clear its expectations of student behavior with regard to substance abuse in school and backing that standard up with action and consequences? 3, how is MCPS updating its security protocols to ensure that the minority of students who are abusing substances at school aren't traumatizing the majority? And that with time.
Thank you. We have your testimony. And just for clarification, they don't have to share a spot next time, correct? They could have. Just so for.
We tried, we were told no.
Oh, you were out of spots.
First come, first serve. And so I believe Mr. Ribeiro was further down on the list, so they decided to share instead.
But we have some walk-in spots even today, so we can talk about that later.
Because of last-minute cancellation.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Sorry for I didn't count the people correctly, so let's have the next set of speakers, Grace McCann, Gail Ravinsky-Silberglied, and Marla Posey-Moss. Grace, you may begin.
Sorry about that. Content warning, sexual harassment. Good morning, Dr. McKnight and board members. My name is Grace McCann. As the Parkland Middle School Girls Leadership Sponsor, I have helped students raise awareness and combat sexual harassment. Their passion and bravery inspire me every day. Because of them, I am here to share my experience and advocate for change. I was sexually harassed. I was upset by a coworker because he had lied to me. After school, he saw me leaving and wanted a hug. I held up my hands and said, "No, I'm not ready. I'm mad at you." He replied, "Come on, Gracie," with outstretched arms. I tried to walk around him. He grabbed me from behind in a bear hug and steered me toward a wall. My arms were pinned at my sides and I was trapped, facing the wall with someone I once trusted pushing up against me. As I repeated "stop" and "no," he leaned over and raspberried my cheek. My face was wet with his saliva. Adrenaline kicked in. I somehow got free and told him I was going to report what had happened. Driving home was a blur. The next day I went into the principal's office. Terrified and ashamed, I told her what had happened. Her initial reaction brought me relief. I left thinking I had started the process. I had told my supervisor I'd been sexually harassed. I informed her of the 2 witnesses and which school cameras would have seen the incidents. I expected an investigation and actions taken. Later, I was called into the principal's office. I went expecting an update. Instead, I was shocked to see him there. I remember almost nothing after that except him saying something like, "I never meant to make you feel uncomfortable." And that was it. Nothing else happened. I spent a few weeks waiting for a follow-up. Then I realized I was just expected to work alongside someone who had physically violated me, as if it was okay. You have the rest of my testimony. Do better.
My name is Gail Silberglied. I'm here on behalf of the Montgomery County Council of PTAs. We represent nearly 200 PTAs across Montgomery County. MCC PTA recently adopted a resolution on the use and overuse of screens in classrooms, and we urgently need your help. But first, I want to share 2 data points. Number 1, when reading text longer than 1 page, printed materials leads to better comprehension. Number 2, screen overuse is directly related to depression and anxiety. To be clear, we're not anti-technology. Some students need assistive technology, and the resolution does not affect that in any way. All 3 of my kids, however, report that in nearly every class, there are kids playing video games on their Chromebooks during class. Can you imagine if a fellow board member or multiple board members were playing video games during this hearing? I bet it would be quite distracting. Our resolution asks MCPS to make a system-wide effort to limit screen time in classrooms. We ask you to invest in books and materials. We ask you to avoid screen time as a reward when students finish work early. We ask that curriculum decisions take all this into account. Curriculum may come with online materials, but please don't choose this option solely to save money. We ask you to track student screen time to ensure it's appropriate, and we ask you to adopt digital best practices as a system. The state of Maryland has already adopted such a document. It's time for MCPS to do the same. A final thought. Imagine if you, as a school board member, worked only with digital documents. I see a lot of paper around the table. Nothing was printed out for you, imagine. And you had to toggle back and forth between the agenda, contracts, spreadsheets, etc., reports during meetings. Would you be as prepared for board meetings? Would you be as effective in your role? Students face this every single day. We must do better. I urge you to read the resolution passed by MCC-PTA. I have printed copies for each of you, of course. Thank you for listening and for your service to our schools and our students.
Thank you. One more time.
Turn those two lights
Got it.
It's on. Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to visit with you today. My name is Marla Posey-Moss. I'm the president of Free State PTA, the official state PTA Congress representing national PTA here in Maryland. I appreciate your welcome, President Silvestre and Dr. McKnight and Board of Education members. In fact, Lynn Harris is a former state PTA Congress colleague of mine, so I'm glad that you're here as well. I would like to distinguish us from other parent groups, and I know you all are very familiar with PTA and very supportive, so I appreciate that. But as the largest child advocacy association in Maryland of over 50,000 members, the Free State PTA values collaboration, commitment, diversity, respect, and accountability. As we rebuild through the COVID-19 pandemic, the state PTA works with constituent PTAs on a myriad of nonprofit business expectations, ranging from leadership training, administration of programs, adherence to financial guidelines and governance documents, promotion of partnerships within the community, and welcoming all those who believe in the mission and values of PTA. A critical component that underlies our work as a PTA family is in diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the PTA realizes that strong dedication and an education that considers DEI helps children and their families and school communities be more successful. Moreover, quality education is attained when diverse voices, perspectives, and experiences are infused in acquiring knowledge and learning in the classrooms, executing policies, and conducting professional development. I'd like to share with you some of the things that we've supported in our legislative agenda. Is House Bill 185, Non-Public Schools and Child Care Providers Corporal Punishment Prohibition. Basically, House Bill 185 prohibits educational institutions from administering corporal punishment. House Bill 24, Sales and Use Tax Musical Instruments Exemption. Basically, this proposed legislation changes law so that the sales and use tax does not apply to the sale or rental music instruments to public school students or students who are homeschooled. And while I know I'm out of time as an individual, I would like to just respectfully request a standing seat for the Montgomery County Council PTA president, as she is not here, and for future administrations, because there's no standing seat for the president of the council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final in-person speaker is Mark Simonson. Please come forward. And you may begin.
Back in October, MCPS hosted a Zoom presentation that informed the Magruder High School community about the updated school renaming process in policy FFA. It also provided research about the school's name. Today, I'm pleased to take step one in the renaming process. On behalf of the Magruder community, I am submitting a petition to rename Magruder High School. I'd like to share a few comments from people who signed the petition. My 3 children are Magruder graduates and feel the name should be changed. Another said, enslaving individuals does not embody the core values of MCPS. Not renaming the school implies MCPS is okay with this. A third person added, all schools named for those who enslaved others should be renamed immediately. The next step in the process is this board reviews this petition. I look forward to the board's response. Hopefully, it will be to proceed to step 3 of the 5-step process, community engagement. I'd like to leave you with a quote From the Honorable Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. It's always the right time to do the right thing.
Thank you. And now we move on to our video testimony. We received 7 video testimonies. First up is Byron Johns from the Black and Brown Coalition, followed by Diego Uriburu from Identity. Please play the video.
My name is Byron Johns.
And my name is Diego Uriburu, and we provide these comments on behalf of the Black and Brown Coalition for Educational Equity and Excellence.
Following our January 17th public comments on the superintendent's 2024 operating budget, we must re-emphasize the district's shocking evidence of learning data on literacy and math for Black, Brown, and low-income students, which is reinforced by the Maryland Department of Education's recent data. The data demands priority be given to focused investment in a targeted recovery plan, and the plan should be fully resourced starting with this budget and managed to improve on-grade level learning urgently and significantly in both literacy and math for the most impacted students, especially Black, Brown, and low income. Data suggests previous investment in reading specialists in every elementary school is having a positive impact on literacy trends. This must continue. However, math scores have not turned around and therefore must be given higher priority for investments to accelerate improvements. As the board works with the superintendent to finalize this budget, we urge you to continue to press to connect and protect dollars to an accelerated plan for recovery, especially in math and literacy in the early grades.
There is no more crucial equity investment than a clear, comprehensive plan to support Black and Brown students to succeed academically, with a particular focus on math and literacy. This plan is the only way to be accountable to the needs of all students, particularly Black and Brown. We should all stand together to fight for it. We know that many previous plans, very good ones, have failed because they were not able to reach the intended targets. We must ensure that this plan is accompanied by real efforts developed in partnership with the most affected communities to guarantee that the plan is as impactful as intended. Please make sure to allocate funding for these efforts. Last but not least, MCPS cannot be everything to everyone. Please ensure you focus your resources, our resources, in your priority areas. If we spread ourselves too thin, trying to address every challenge, we will address them all halfway. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify in front of you, and please see our written testimony for supporting details. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Jacqueline Dove. Please play the video.
My name is Jacqueline, and I'm an 8th grader at Halliwell's Middle School. Go Mustangs! I've heard adults say there is nothing more precious than your health. If you agree with this statement, then I ask that you show it. We're beyond the days of mandatory virtual learning, but students around the county still spend the majority of their time staring at screens. It's time for MCPS to create guidelines about how digital devices and materials are used in classrooms. Students should have a choice about whether they read text online or in hand. They should be given daily opportunities to use pencil and paper instead of keyboards and screens, yet not all students are. I'm not advocating to remove digital devices and materials. I'm asking MCPS to be intentional about why, when, where, and how it requires students to use these devices and materials. There needs to be a healthy balance. I'd also like to ask the board to fully fund the special education department's request for additional staff. Schools need support to make sure appropriate accommodations are put in place to meet the needs of students. Teachers need support to understand how to implement those accommodations, and the families need support to understand the resources available to them and their children. Lastly, I'm thankful for the ongoing restorative justice practices in our schools. Building strong school communities starts with respect and communication, but I've found that RJ is not always consistent from school to school. From my point of view, in order for RJ to work best, students must be asked if they are comfortable joining circles before they are brought into them. Once a circle is completed, a follow-up should be held with the students. And while it might not be convenient sometimes, families should be notified before or right after a circle takes place so they can support their children at home. I'm thankful that MCPS has many programs to support students. I hope that it will take more steps to better understand from students' perspectives what works and what doesn't work. We deserve to have a voice in the decisions that impact our daily lives.
Thank you. Our next video testimony is Evelyn Chung. Please play the video.
Members of the Board of Education, my name is Evelyn Chung. As the MCCPTA Curriculum Committee Chair, I fully support the testimonies today that address the MCCPTA Digital Balance Resolution, which our committee helped draft and sponsor. However, today I speak as an individual parent about middle school science and English enrichment. The top 15% of fifth grade students in MCPS's high poverty schools have math scores at the 60th percentile nationally and reading scores at the 70th percentile nationally. Meanwhile, in affluent schools, the scores of the top students in both math and reading exceeded the 90th percentile nationally. We need enriched and accelerated instruction in our middle schools to start bridging this achievement gap before it becomes insurmountable. Last week, MCPS told the Committee for Special Populations that sixth graders already receive science enrichment, but this is not true. Most sixth grade parents of gifted students report that their students are not receiving separate enrichment at all. Other students are just getting packets of additional busy work. Meanwhile, the centrally created science enrichment extensions that we saw were created by generalists, not gifted and talented specialists, and they were digital exercises that gifted students were expected to do on their own so that teachers could focus on other students. Gifted enrichment should not be additive or punitive busy work, and it should specifically target the top students who require more than on-grade level instruction. It should not be done without teacher instruction or a cohort of gifted peers. In English, MCPS also talked about adding advanced novel studies, which is a step forward, but did not say anything about enriched writing instruction, which is equally important. I urge this board to ask MCPS to demonstrate true progress in middle school English and science enrichment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Joanna Snyder and Nikki Zhang. Please play the video.
My name is Joanna Snyder. I'm excited to be collaborating with many folks within MCPS as a Woodland parent, the co-chair of the MCCPTA Sustainability and Green Schools Committee, and as a curriculum specialist at the Lawrence Hall of Science at UC Berkeley. I wish to speak about a missing component in the Student Wellbeing Initiative. The climate crisis is creating a significant strain on our children. This imperative is not lost upon your science curriculum team, the Outdoor Environmental Ed program, or the Division of Sustainability and Compliance, but much of this vision and their efforts are not making it to many of our classrooms. What is missing is a clear message from you, our leadership, that these efforts be funded and prioritized. We need to increase stipends for our green lead teachers and make sure building facility managers can receive them. We need direct expectations for our principals, and we need to expand the sustainability policy to a comprehensive environmental literacy and climate change action plan. All of this is possible, but it requires your leadership. Thank you. I share my time with Nikki Zhang.
Good evening, fellow Board of Education members and Dr. McKnight. My name is Nikki Zhang, and I'm a junior at Poolsville High School. As a student in the Global Ecology Magnet Program, I'm fortunate to have a high school experience entirely unique to the state of Maryland. No high schooler outside of our program would tell you they have field trips almost every 2 weeks to conduct field studies and learn by interacting with nature. It goes without saying that the mental and physical health of students continue to worsen, especially after the pandemic. The fact that in 2022, 75% of our teens were still lacking the 1 hour of daily exercise recommended is appalling. Countless studies have demonstrated the positive effects of increasing learning outdoors on student health, well-being, engagement, and academic performance. We need to expand our outdoor learning. We need to improve the mental and physical health of students, not through the advisory lessons everyone sleeps through, but instead by expanding their time outside where they're able to get hands-on experience and interactions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we will hear from Sebastian Gordon and Emily Lee.
Hi, my name is Sebastian Gordon. I'm a Chevy Chase, Bannockburn, and Powell parent and the co-chair of the MCC PTA Sustainability and Green Schools Committee. MCPS is making progress towards addressing climate change. However, we are still far off from achieving our sustainability goals. Thus, we call for prioritization of sustainability projects with a focus on racial equity and social justice. We recommend that the board continues to give the Division of Sustainability and Compliance its full support in its efforts to reduce MCPS's carbon emissions. We also recommend developing the sustainability policy into a comprehensive climate change action plan that will identify specific actions MCPS can take to achieve its sustainability goals. Among other things, this plan should include a commitment to the purchase of renewable energy, the installation of solar panels on MCPS property, the continued electrification of the vehicle fleet, and efforts to reduce the carbon footprint of MCPS buildings. It should also include efforts to reduce food waste, such as composting, about which Emily Liu will now speak.
Good afternoon, members of the board and Dr. McKnight. My name is Emily Liu and I'm a junior at Wootton High School. I'm advocating for funding for composting programs at schools in Montgomery County. Composting at schools helps provide environmental education which may not be included in students' regular curriculum. Compostology, a youth organization committed to diverting food waste, has created opportunities for middle and high schoolers to volunteer and have created green team clubs on the middle school level to expose them to the environment and learn how to advocate. Elementary and middle school teachers have corroborated how valuable these programs have been in teaching and inspiring environmental stewardship. Through these programs, older students are able to teach and build relationships with younger students. The students are always excited to learn about the programs and quickly are able to remember the information. And when green practices are promoted at schools, students bring them home to their parents, and just like that, a ripple effect is created. Funding for schools to start composting programs is a major leap towards climate resilience and protection. Both create a real environmental impact while also empowering students and their families to take charge of their future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. This concludes our public comments. The next business meeting of the Board of Education for public comment is Thursday, February 23rd, 2023. One more. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, I'm so sorry. Emily Aaron, please come forward.
Hello, I am Emily Aaron, parent of 2 MCPS elementary school students. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the importance of Holocaust education in grades K through 5. In the United States, 18 states mandate Holocaust education to be part of the public school curriculum. While the state of Maryland has introduced legislation in the past about mandating Holocaust education, it has not been passed into law. I urge the Board of Ed not to wait on a mandate to begin incorporating Holocaust education into the public school curriculum beginning in primary schools. My son, a 5th grader at Somerset Elementary School, who is also Jewish and wears a Star of David necklace, urged a classmate to throw away a hand-drawn swastika. The student refused and upped the ante, remarking to my son, "All Jews should burn in hell." The causes of the rise in anti-Semitism, both here in Maryland and across the nation, is multifactorial. Regardless of the cause, education is a potent tool in neutralizing anti-Semitism. Children are exposed to misinformation as they log onto YouTube and social media platforms at younger and younger ages. Video games allow children to choose their characters, such as a Nazi soldier. In a national survey on Holocaust awareness, 2/3 of those surveyed did not know how many Jewish people died. 48% of Americans between the ages of 18 and 40 could not name one ghetto or concentration camp. The meaning of the Holocaust and the forces contributing to it are being diluted by confusing and false information. The lessons from the Holocaust are some of the most important for all of humanity in order to avoid such mass atrocities from happening again. All children should be learning about the Holocaust and its lessons from trusted adults and as early as possible, not just Jewish children. Fortunately, national Jewish organizations, including the Anti-Defamation League, have pre-existing toolkits to help educators incorporate education into curricula. Teaching about the Holocaust in elementary school will nurture a cohort of children who embody the courage of upstanders. We must never forget the facts of the Holocaust. Please do your part to ensure that our children learn these important lessons and to create a more tolerant and inclusive community for all.
Thank you. That is the conclusion of our public comments. Sign-ups for public comment will open the afternoon of February 15th, 2023. In addition to the online sign-ups for public comment, we will allow for in-person same-day sign-ups when space allows. Unallocated slots may be filled on a first-come, first-served basis on the day of the meeting. In order to sign up in person, please arrive 15 to 20 minutes before the start of the open session and sign the form. In-person signups will close 15 minutes before public comment begins or when all slots are filled. So now we'll just give the opportunity for my fellow board members if they have any clarifying questions. I did want to say, Ms. McMahon, I'm sorry that this happened to you. I just remind the public and our staff that if an issue does come up, they should contact HR. They are equipped to look into it and to follow up, but just wanted to show some empathy. No need to discuss further, but we'll start with, on my right, Ms. Wolf.
I too wanted to say to Ms. McCann how sorry we are for whatever happened to her, and ask if someone could touch base with her, not get back to me, but just touch base with her in the school and be sure that our policies and procedures are being followed in this case. The other thing I wanted to ask about is I know we're going to be talking about wellness and training later, so I'm not going to raise questions about that, but the students raised an issue and they gave us a cost of $60,000. I didn't know whether or not we had, I couldn't recall, any composting in the current budget, and if not, if there is any possibility for expanding the program since they were able to come up. I mean, $60,000 in the course of billions doesn't seem like a lot, but I don't know if there's any possibility, and I'd like you to get back to me on that. Thank you.
Yes, I want to say thank you to Ms. McKim. Thank you for your effort in giving your student a good experience and provide your peers with support. We appreciate you. I have printed out your proposal, so I'm impressed with the thoroughness and thoughtfulness. So I would like to pass it on to appropriate staff to take a look and see how we can best support teachers in this area. Thank you.
Yes, we'll have our curriculum and instruction follow up with that testimony. I think she'd mentioned that she'd actually already started some conversations within that office, so we will definitely have them circle back to her. Thank you.
Ms. Harris.
And I just want to thank Ms. Wolf for following up on Advika and Angelina's testimony about composting. And I just have to give them a shout out, as I've been working with these students for a couple of years now, and they started their composting work organically when they were middle school students in the Clarksburg cluster. And they worked with their former elementary school principal to start a composting program without any external support, without any external funding. And it's been very, very successful. They didn't give themselves enough credit. We don't fund composting in our schools right now. They have expanded composting to 17 schools using a $50,000 World Wildlife Fund grant they got last year. So, I mean, they have comprehensively broken down any concern or question school administrators would have about how such a program would work in a school. They've created individual environmental education modules for every grade level to help support young students in understanding what composting is, how important it is, and how it empowers them to take action on the climate crisis that they have so much real climate anxiety about. So I just have to shout out their very, very impressive work. And I did have a question about Ms. Na's testimony. Is there a way that we can look into, I wasn't clear if there's a supply chain issue around the menstrual products, or is it just a maintenance, staffing, how we do business in an individual school issue, but it seems like we should be able to supply the products, and if we could get our school staff to make sure they are in supplying the dispensers with the products, we've heard from our menstrual product advocates many times about that issue. I very much echo the comments about Ms. McCann's experience at Parkland. I saw many people sort of fled out of the room when she left. Hopefully they're engaging with her and also getting her the support she needs for her trauma. And then I wanted to highlight also Mr. Simonson's testimony about the petition coming from Magruder. I very much appreciate them leading the way and being the first of our 6 named schools to step forward and ask the board to approve the community moving forward to the next stage in the process. I look forward to my colleagues and I getting the petition and doing our work. And I also wanted to call out MCCPTA's work on their digital balance resolution. I've read it. They're not wrong. And the multiple impacts that too much screen time is having on our young students and their developing brains. And I do hope we can really, with our curriculum folks, look intentionally at digital balance in the classroom and making sure we are providing more than screens to our students as they embark on their learning journey with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nadrowski.
Yep, so much of what I want to say has already been said, so I won't be repetitive. I do especially want to thank everybody for their testimonies there today. The young lady from Halliwell's Middle School was, very impressive as well. I love when our students come and testify. It's very powerful. Again, everything else has pretty much been touched on. I appreciate the resolution from MCCPTA. I'm a big supporter of the balanced screen time. The composting has been mentioned, but I will look forward to finding out whether or not that's something that we could perhaps incorporate into this year's budget in some way, shape, or form. And then my big question really is about the journalism program. Is that an extra? I thought that was an actual credited curriculum course. Is that not right?
Right, that's one that we've been talking about because there's been much advocacy around having that be translated from an English credit.
Yes.
We've had some testimony about that already this year. So it doesn't stand as a credit, in that way. But when she mentioned ECA, that's to indicate that it's an extracurricular activity within the school.
But it is something we're looking at potentially changing towards
looking from both perspectives, actually. Of course, we have to do work with Maryland State Department of Education in terms of looking at the course and the qualifications for how it could transfer, which is what we've talked about. But as I mentioned earlier, we will follow up with her specifically because I believe what I heard from that testimony was there needing to be greater coordination for the efforts that the schools are doing from a central level and supports in a number of ways. So we will follow up with her because she seemed to also gather the voices of many who are doing this in different schools. So
yeah, and students, and I've had conversations about this offline. I think I even spoke with her before, but maybe someone could be in touch with her in reference to the process for doing a test pilot program for a curriculum credit at one of our at her school specifically, as we work through the MSDE aspect of looking at that potentially.
Yep. We'll follow up with her to look at all different aspects of what she brought forward in the testimony.
Yeah, because it also concerns me about them spending their own money and whatever to do professional development on it. So thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Kim.
Yes. First, I certainly agree that I think I look forward to seeing what maybe that investment into composting would look like. It certainly sounds like a feasible change, a feasible investment, and one that will undoubtedly pay off in a number of ways. And then again, that piece about feminine hygiene products and just materials in the bathroom in general. We discussed this at our one of our work sessions, but I think it's something worth taking a closer look into and seeing where those issues arise and how we can actionable steps we can take to mitigate those issues and optimize that process. And then the one question I did want to raise was about the couple of pieces of testimony we heard today around how we can really elevate the mental resources that we have in MCPS, a great investment of our school system, how we can elevate those and make sure students know how to access those resources. So I'd like to ask what steps are currently being taken to create that balanced approach to informing students about the resources we have. And then on top of that, I'd like to just elevate, the point we heard from Mr. Said today was certainly a valuable one. How many students can name their own school psychologist? And I think by far the most effective way to achieve this mission of having students know about the resources in their building is a really localized approach to really build a community in the schools and make sure that schools are making the effort to make sure that their students, that their select number of students in their buildings are aware of the resources that exist in the buildings, to know exactly what floor and what part of the building their wellness center is, to know the name of their psychologist and know who to go for their concerns. So I just wanted to ask that question and elevate that concern.
Mr. Kim, since we are having a board discussion
Absolutely.
on mental health. Can we put that on our list? Hopefully, we'll hear it in the presentation, and then we can go
Absolutely.
deeper into that topic.
Yes, I was going to recommend the same. This is important to all of us, and of course, we know there's no need in having the resources if the students don't know how to access them. So we are very much committed to that. I also wanted to say our students just blew me out of the water today in terms of the types of recommendations that they made. One of the things that we often talk about in strong communications is not just to talk about or admire the problem, but to be able to bring some workable solutions. I mean, the fact that Ms. Dove mentioned when a child participates or a student participates in the study circle that we inform the parent. I mean, I'm like, she's absolutely right, because we need that process to finish up once they leave the building. The students who brought forward the recommendations around sustainability and composting, I remember I met with them when they were in middle school, actually, just to have conversations about how we can further that. Mr. Hall, I'd like for us to look into if we currently have a student body that is a part of us helping to establish our sustainability plan. It is one that is very rigorous. We have a lot to do by 2035, and they're bringing forth a number of recommendations. So if we do not already have that exist, I'd like for us to be able to have a student group that advises us just to engage and keep that conversation going, because they have such great ideas, and I'd like for us to do that proactively in implementation. I want them to see themselves in the advocacy that they've committed to in terms of the product.
I'd love to see their feedback also on how to reduce food waste in the first place, right? So we don't have to compost so much. Ms. Evans?
Sure. Dr. McKnight took a few words right out of my mouth. I was going to talk about how impressed I was with our students. They came talking or discussing a range of topics, and so it was always just really great to listen to them. So I was smiling inward. I do really appreciate them, because like you said, they did come with solutions. And so, public comments is an opportunity just for us to hear the feedback of our community, and I do value that. And I think my colleagues have touched upon just about everybody that's come to the board table. I did want to just highlight Ms. Winnick and Mr. Ribeiro, their testimony. And what I will say is, since I've been on the board here recently, our district has really been courageous in stepping up and having some really tough discussions. We held that forum, Montgomery Goes Purple. We had a press conference on opioid, the epidemic, and there is an urgency. And I just want our parents to know that, we are continuing to get better as a system in little ways as how we communicate to the parents what's happening. It's happening quicker compared to previous years, but I know as a parent, it's probably not quick enough. And so what the system has done is made a commitment to be able to get out information to our parents on any updates and changes that we're going to make within our school system around the safety and security in the school buildings, particularly based on the testimony that we heard. And so I know Dr. Murphy has been great at getting around to communities, having discussions on sensitive topics, coming on board, possibly not having been a part of some of the serious incidents that have happened, but just making a commitment to be able to get out there to talk to our community and to our parents. And so I just say to our parents, we're going to share that information with you, but this is something that is should be a community effort, right? And just thank everybody for the testimony. Just wanted to make that quick comment in regards to what we heard, and that their issues are not being ignored.
And I'll close out this section just by saying, ditto to the security issue. We hear this loud and clear from our community that we have to take additional measures to improve security in schools, and I know that you're working on a plan, and so I think looking forward to hearing the details of that with our community. Thank you. Dr. McKnight, this takes us to our next agenda item number 6, Human Resources and Development, Key Practices for a Diverse Workforce. So
I will ask the staff to transition. Quite frankly, this topic very much connects to much of what was discussed in public comment around the wellness state of our schools and our students, and the importance of family involvement and community involvement in that. So I look forward to us engaging in that discussion. As we settle for the presentation, one thing I wanted to say first, we are looking forward to communicating with our family this week around, when we talk about wellness, I think that comes down to safety and security. So I'm going to say to our parent community, look to have information coming out specifically about some measures that we've put in place to address that. And so I just wanted to say that so that everyone can stay tuned. But we know that as it relates to our presentation today on human resources and development, we cannot implement any support structure in our schools, within our district, without having well-caring, well-versed, well-dedicated staff who approach their work to make sure that they are looking for the best, the brightest, and are out recruiting for the needs here in Montgomery County Public Schools. I'm so excited to see you all. Welcome to the table, because it truly is on the efforts of so many of our staff who have worked on the human resources part of our system to make sure we accomplish that. And I just want to applaud them because the work that they've had to do over the last couple of years, just like the rest of the system, has been monumental. They have been creating new and different structures to approach, not just how we recruit and hire the staff that we need in the system, how we nurture them to support them along the way. And as we focus on recruitment and retention, we've heard from them and many others, folks have focused on several areas. Am I able to grow and develop and learn in this organization? What is the pathway, Natalie knows well, for me to be able to continue to develop to be a long-time employee within Montgomery County Public Schools? How do we develop the partnerships with so many community organizations, universities, and others to be able to find what we need? How are we out recruiting in every inch of the United States and beyond, I'd say, Mr. Rivera, to find who it is and what we need in Montgomery County, and that gets to the core of the diversity as well. We're looking for the best, the brightest, the caring individuals who are going to support our students. We also want them to reflect the diversity that exists within our community. We often talk about that being the strength of Montgomery County, and so that means the strength of our county has to be represented in our school system and how we serve our students who represent much diversity, which adds again to the strength of who we are. So I am thrilled that they are here today to be able to bring forward a conversation to the board about all these connecting factors and how this creates a vision of what we have been doing and what we have created that's new and different in a process, and looking through a process of improvement of how do we get all of these people. I mean, every position. I can't tell you, when we say we have over 25,000 full-time employees, that's not including part-time, but they do so many things, and so many of them have contributed to supporting students in the need of the system beyond what their job description says. Our bus drivers, our food service workers, our teachers, our counselors. I mean, I won't even start naming because I'll get an email saying you forgot about us, but I'm not forgetting about anyone, because there is not one single position that exists within the school system that is not focused on how do we create the best experience for our students, and we want to create the best situations for our staff so that they can continue to live out that commitment. So I look forward to our conversation today in terms of how we use a multi-pronged approach to address all of the issues around how we staff, support human capital development in Montgomery County Public Schools. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hall.
Great. Thank you, Dr. McKnight, for that wonderful introduction, and board members. So we're excited to have the team here. This is a very important team in MCPS that goes out and does a lot of our recruiting. Often for many of our employees, this is the first touch point that they have with MCPS, and we want to ensure that that is a positive experience, and that's exactly what this team does every single day. And this conversation is important, more important now than ever, in the context of the current national labor shortage. We have 3 million fewer people working in this country than we did before the pandemic, and we also know that there is a national teacher shortage. And we also want to highlight, and will highlight today, the importance of a diverse workforce. Diverse workforce benefits our students, it benefits our employees, and it benefits our system and our entire county. And so the team will talk today about many of the initiatives that they have in place and are building to target a diverse workforce. That this will include some of the pipelines that we have, both for internal and external candidates, including our Grow Your Own programs, and several of those are university partnerships that require no financial outlay from the participant. It is all on the school district. And then also highlighting some of the programs and recruiting events and trips that we have specifically targeting a diverse workforce. There are some exciting successes to celebrate. According to data from MSDE, we have on average the highest paid teachers in the state of Maryland. We also have one of the lowest teacher turnover rates in the entire state of Maryland. However, there continue to be challenges. Today, there are 35% fewer participants in teacher preparation programs, 35% fewer than there were a decade ago. And of the ones in the programs today, only 18% would be considered diverse. So these are some of the challenges that the HR team is facing. Luckily, they're a great team and they've got a lot of great solutions. And so I will stop talking and turn it over to Dr. Marks and let her get into some of the details.
Good afternoon, President Silvestri, Vice President Evans, Dr. McKnight, members of the Board of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today about some of our efforts to recruit, retain, and support a high-quality and diverse workforce. Next slide, please. Our work aligns to the Board of Education's priorities to improve recruitment, retention, and deployment of a diverse workforce and fosters a strategic plan of professional and operational excellence. Next slide. Today, we will discuss strategic recruitment of teachers, grow your own programs, although I like to call it grow our own programs, career pathways for supporting services staff, leadership hiring and selection with a focus on diversity, and retention and career management with a focus on onboarding, induction, and support. Next slide, please. I would briefly like to address the context we are working under through this next slide. The left side of the slide shows the downward trend of teacher preparation programs, enrollment, and completion. Since 2010, enrollment has fallen over 35%, and in some states, more than that. The right side shows the supply-demand gap of our teachers and continues to widen through 2025 and beyond. To be even more specific, in the academic year 2020-21, there were 602,000 students enrolled in teacher education preparation programs across the United States, and only 161,000 of those students completed the program. In Maryland in the same year, we had 6,504 students enrolled in teacher education programs with only about 1,929 students completing that program. And you're right, all of us are vying for all of those students in Maryland. In addition, we know that we've lost about 300,000 educators and staff in the profession across the United States. Just one more piece of information in terms of race and ethnicity of our students in education preparation programs. The data is startling. One set of data shows that the matriculation to college enrollment for BA degrees, the following demographics show 58% of the students were white and 42% are students of color. While the enrollment in teacher preparation programs is still about 82% white and about 18% students of color. This is across the nation. There are certainly programs that have more students of color, and yes, all districts are vying for the same students. So next slide, please. So this is our big question. How will we recruit and retain a diverse and high-quality workforce in this context? This means that MCPS needs to think and work differently about how we strategically recruit, retain, and support our staff. This is a multi-pronged approach because we get our staff here, but then we have to nurture and keep them. We must be flexible, and we must know that what has worked in the past may not work now. We have different types of people coming into education. We have novice teachers, we have career changers, and we have to meet the needs of all of them. So we need to look at what's working, and we have to assess. If it's working, we're going to keep doing it. And if it's not working, we're going to adjust. But there are certain things we do know, and it's based on good research, and that is that you must have an effective and targeted recruitment strategy. In the long term, we need to invest and grow our own, and that is where we're going to get much diversity into our school system. We need to have a supportive, high-quality, and diverse leadership, and a high-quality induction, mentoring, and professional development for all our new employees, as well as our current staff. Next slide, please. This is a little hard to see. It's from our staff statistical profile, but we are making progress in diversifying our teacher workforce. From FY22 to FY23, we increased our Black African American new teachers from 17.8% to 20.6%. Our Hispanic Latinx teachers from 14.6% to 15.5%, while our Asian teacher percentage stayed the same at 8.4%. The percentage of our white teachers moved from 57.6% in FY22 to 52.9% in FY23. So we still have a way to go to have our teacher workforce reflect our student demographics. And we must continue to target and engage diverse candidates, particularly our Asian and Hispanic Latinx candidates. So let me turn over the presentation to Mr. Rivera Figueroa, Mrs. Cindy Pinkard, and Mrs. Natalie Bordereau, who will share how we are approaching strategic recruitment, grow our own initiatives, and career pathways for our support staff.
Good afternoon.
Next slide.
Oh, next slide, I'm sorry. Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to highlight our work. I'm Tomas Rivera Figueroa, and I supervise the Office of Strategic Recruitment. As you saw in the previous slide, we have made some progress, but there's still a lot to grow. Our recruitment map consists of 3 parts: before, during, and after recruitment events or the recruitment seasons, which are now full year. So we do recruitment events fall and spring. We prepare a comprehensive recruitment plan so that MCPS can attract candidates to join the workforce. We want to recruit candidates who reflect our community. This includes racial and ethnicities, gender, and unique backgrounds of potential candidates. The work begins with examining data, such as Google Analytics, data from Handshake Platform, which is an online career center used by students, data from the National Center of College Statistics, and new hire data, which you just saw. Interesting data points. Google Analytics. The top 3 markets outside of the DMV that go to our careers webpage are coming from the state of Texas, New York, and Massachusetts. So maybe we need to go there, right? Then we also look at our new hire data. As you saw, our new hire data, 44% of our new hires are coming from the region. That means a majority of our teachers are coming from outside this region. 35% of our new hires are MCPS graduates coming from our high schools, which is phenomenal. We also know that the top 3 universities outside the DMV that we recruit from are James Madison, Liberty University, right, and Penn State. So again, we're very strategic at looking at where we need to be to attract teachers. The other thing that we use is Handshake, the platform, and we know that we sent out over 26,000 emails to education majors. From that 26,000 emails, we know that 8,700 replied to us, engaged us in one way or another, and that from that number, about 860 actually went to our application portal and hit the apply button. Okay? So again, it's a funnel, right, when we do recruitment. We continue to do that work, and we meet with stakeholders like Title I principals, content supervisors, program coordinators to gain a greater understanding of what we need to attract. We meet with and participate in events with external stakeholders as well that can assist our recruitment efforts, like the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities, Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents, National Association of Black School Educators, Historically Black Colleges and Universities, Black Men Educators Convening, the Chinese Cultural and Community Service Center, as well as staff and students from local and non-local universities. So we do extensive work working with stakeholders internally and externally. Once the team reviews all that data, we develop a recruitment calendar ensuring a focus on minority-serving institutions, Hispanic-serving institutions, Asian American-serving institutions, historically Black colleges and universities. And we also include universities that have a diverse population of 25% or higher so that we can meet our mark. We also target universities that meet our needs when it comes to certification and bilingualism. We need a lot of candidates that are bilingual. We are also hosting and attending special and virtual events. So our recruitment calendar is a hybrid, so we do a lot of different things. And last year, we attended recruitment events as far west as New Mexico State, as far south as Catholic University in Puerto Rico, and as far north as Boston University in Massachusetts. And we developed a specific and strategic email campaign for each event so that candidates knew that we were coming and had some communication prior to arriving at those events. During the recruitment events, we just don't sit back. We engage every participant and share all our opportunities, whether that's certificated or support. We always have our literature, and I have Maddie back there with some giveaways for later, but because we're all recruiters, right? And I think that we have electronic sign-in. So what we do is we have QR codes, and we have the candidates use their mobile devices to sign in, and that information is shared live with our staffing coordinators so they know who those candidates are. We conduct on-site screening interviews, and we even offer open contracts to candidates that we like. We post everything on social media, so we're big on LinkedIn, we're big on Twitter, and we also even have a Google site which we update with every event. We want to be as transparent as possible. After the events, we do a lot of work as well. We look at our sign-ins, and we email everyone that signed in all our recruitment literature again. We also routinely email them about different events that we might have virtual that we want them to attend. We email event organizers so that we can request contact information from all the participants, schedule follow-up information sessions with those universities, and we even follow up with the candidates and offer to do screening interviews and offer open contracts virtually. Again, as the recruitment office, next slide, please. As the recruitment office, part of our mission is to remove barriers and create opportunities. We accomplish this with our diverse candidates by streamlining the application and serving as a point of contact for the entire process. We conduct screening interviews and provide coaching for those candidates. We create a process for our student teaching interns in MCPS where we offer them open contracts prior to graduation. We showcase MCPS to prospective candidates that live out of state and don't know MCPS, and we were successful. We had 2 candidates from Alabama and we're really proud of this, a teacher, elementary, and a social worker come visit us, saw our schools, fell in love with MCPS, and they're hired, right? So we're moving forward in that area. So we need to really highlight our schools. And we need to continue to offer competitive salaries and compensation, right? Especially when you start looking at experienced professionals, candidates with special skills, and out-of-state candidates. We need to keep that edge. We need to remain competitive. The recruitment team recognizes that to meet our current and future workforce needs, we need to grow the next generation. We won't be able to recruit ourselves out of this. We really need to grow our own. And here's our coordinator, Sydney, with some more information on Grow Your Own.
Next slide, please. Good afternoon. I am Sydney Pinkard, and I'm a coordinator for future employee initiatives in the Department of Human Capital Management. I'm very excited to share with you the work of Grow Your Own programs. Grow Your Own is an operational excellence strategy. It's often used to address the critical employer needs and to increase the diversity of the workforce to reflect that which comprises our community. Grow Your Own has multiple pathways, and this afternoon I'm going to share with you information specifically about those pathways for our MCPS students and graduates. Embarking on this work, it was very important to examine the research on effective Grow Your Own models and employ those elements in an action plan for the district. High-quality Grow Your Own programs have 5 essential elements, the first of which is strong partnerships. This work is not solely implemented in a human resources office. Instead, its effectiveness relies on those relationships and a high-level collaboration among our stakeholders, both internal and external. Because we are driven to increase the diversity of the workforce, it is key that we not only seek partnerships with institutions and community organizations whose missions are rooted in equity, but that we provide feedback to our partners regarding the barriers some of our students and graduates experience. We have shared this call of action, and our partners are eager to collaborate with the district. Another key element is community-based recruitment. And this allows us to engage with our students, especially those in our dual enrollment courses and programs, and our students in our child studies programs. This recruitment takes place both on a small and large-scale school-based events. Wraparound supports, paid work-based experiences, and structured pathways are the remaining elements that optimize the benefits of this type of social capital that our students need to be successful in their post-secondary pursuits. Using an action plan that incorporates these 5 elements for Grow Your Own, we are expecting several outcomes. Our goal this year is to engage at least 1,000 students or more to share the merits and the opportunities of MCPS as an employer. We are prioritizing our most highly impacted high schools and connecting with students who are underrepresented in higher education or who may be the first in their families to graduate from college or a university. Additionally, we are engaging students who have an interest in education or related fields to build their desire to serve future students. Since the beginning of this year, 2023, we've completed about 1/3 of our school visits and engaged over 200 students, 75% of who are from diverse backgrounds. Another outcome that we want to accomplish this year is piloting a new youth apprenticeship in education for the FY24 fiscal year, where MCPS will serve as the host employer for these students. This outcome not only provides a paid work-based experience, it also supports the Blueprint for Maryland's Future goal of graduating 45% of our high school students having completed an apprenticeship and earning an industry-recognized credential. Next slide, please. Funding from the Maryland Leads Grant allows us to strengthen teacher pipelines by recognizing MCPS students who are pursuing studies in education. Several members of the board may recall our celebration of the Future Educator Scholarship recipients from the class of 2022 that was held last spring. I'm thrilled to share that all of the recipients have acclimated very well to college and remain in good standing for the spring semester. Another outcome of the Grow Your Own work is doubling the number of scholarship recipients from 12 to 25 for this coming year and to grow exponentially each subsequent year. We look forward to you joining us for the signing day celebration this spring to recognize the recipients from the class of 2023. Next slide, please. Our ongoing connections to students really is the key to an effective Grow Your Own program and achieving the outcomes for the program. Our partnerships maintain our shared commitment to graduates during their post-secondary education so that they are inspired and prepared and committed to return to MCPS as valued members of our workforce. Next, you will hear from Natalie Bordereau, who will share updates for the Career Pathways program.
Good afternoon, especially to our new board members. Congratulations. I am Natalie Bordereau. I am the Career Pathways Program Manager in the Office of Human Resources and Development. Almost a year ago today, I was here to present on what the program needed to expand its reach to more employees in the district. Thank you for your support and the resources in last year's budget. So today I'm here to share some of those updates. Next slide, please. In this visual, you'll see that Career Pathways acts as a thread from recruitment and grow your own efforts you heard about earlier to reimagine how a support professional's work will need to meet the future of work demands. Career Pathways connects to all aspects of a support professional's experience in MCPS. We focus on providing high-quality business and career services that are essential to student educational success and promote improving the efficiencies and competencies of support professionals in their careers. The Career Pathways program acknowledges the importance of meeting MCPS employee and operational needs, as well as raising the standard of living for our support professionals and their families. Aligned with the vision that MCPS is a destination employer, the program enhances the skills and knowledge that can lead to mastery in their current position, career growth, and advancement in critical need areas for the most diverse workforce in MCPS. The primary focus of Career Pathways is geared towards long-range and future of work career planning for employees who express an interest in making MCPS their career choice. Career Pathways ensures that the school system has a steady flow of qualified candidates trained and developed to MCPS's high standards and expectations. The recent expansion of Career Pathways included a 1.0 FTE Career Pathways Program Specialist in the FY23 budget. This allocation has been crucial in maintaining and growing the support and resources provided to support professionals. Alone, this specialist has provided one-on-one resources and consulting to 300 employees in just the 4 months that she's been in this position. Doubling the staff in Career Pathways from a team of 1 to a mighty team of 2 has allowed the system to reach more support staff, redesign the website so that we can provide more immediate resources to staff, and expand the training that we provide. To broaden the reach and scope of Career Pathways with the support of this Career Pathway Specialist, the program advertised, recruited, and began its first ever cohort of 24 Career Pathways ambassadors, supporting approximately 1,600 support staff employees across 40 work locations in the system. This diverse cohort of support professionals will be supporting existing employees with their career goals, all while the Career Pathways program helps to build their capacity as system leaders. We look forward to bringing you survey data at the end of this cohort. The work of the ambassadors is to provide one-on-one support to employees at their work location and within their cluster who need assistance with accessing Career Pathways, resources and opportunities, applying to opportunities with MCPS or applying to positions on MCPS careers, updating their resumes, and learning about career opportunities. The ambassadors will receive a stipend for this great work. The career program specialist will train ambassadors, so that they'll be able to present at staff meetings and other professional group meetings on career pathways initiatives and other professional development opportunities. This opportunity broadens the reach of career pathways in a grassroots attempt to increase retention and employee morale. Support professionals need to know that their experience and diversity is essential to student success and that we want them to stay with MCPS. So I'd like to say congratulations to our first cohort. In addition to the Career Pathways Ambassador Program, the Career Pathways team has engaged a professional development consultant to collaborate in the creation of an intensive leadership development program for supporting services employees in different roles across the organization. The leadership development cohort will model and will mirror programs that exist for teachers and administrators currently who are seeking training and becoming a leader. This program will provide professional growth experience that will increase retention, employee capacity, and performance. Thank you again for your support of this program and its expansion. Next, you will hear from Jason McCoy and Dr. Stanislaus.
Next slide, please. Good afternoon. My name is Jason McCoy. I am the A&S Staffing Coordinator in OHRD, and it's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. So on our slide, we have our most recent principal data, principal hire data, and we have the FY23 as well as the FY22. And just to highlight a few of these data points, for the FY23 budget year, we had 37 principal hires. This consisted of 26 elementary schools, 7 middle schools, 2 high schools, as well as 2 specialized schools. As outlined in our MCPS strategic plan, hiring to increase our workforce diversity is a priority. We had 57% of our principal hires for FY23 are diverse candidates. And although this represents a 14% increase compared to FY22, there's still a lot of work to be done, especially as we look at our representation for our Hispanic and Asian principal hires. The majority of the principal hires are new to the role and are in their first year as principal, but we do want to highlight, especially as we talk about our pipeline, that 93% of the first-year principals for FY23 participated in our MCPS principal internship program prior to their appointment. Next slide, please. This chart is a little busy here, but we have captured just the 45 board-appointed central service positions for the FY23. These positions range from the supervisor to senior leadership level positions. And again, aligned with our commitment to diversity, 53% of the board-appointed central service hires are diverse candidates. And as mentioned in the previous slide, our work continues to need to focus on increasing the number of Hispanic and Asian central office hires, as well as our school-based principals. There's certainly room for improvement as we look at this data as well. Next slide, please. We know our pipeline is essential as we look to increase our diversity in our principals as well as our central office leaders. This slide here shows our assistant principals as well as our assistant school administrators. And this data does show that approximately 60% of our assistant principals and our assistant school administrators are diverse employees. However, we see the through line of the need to have increased representation for our Asian and our Hispanic administrators. And certainly as we look at our pipeline, that's where our focus is. We are proud of the fact that we do see a slight increase over the past 2 hiring seasons with the overall percentage of our Hispanic and assistant principals. And again, this data represents all of our assistant principals in our county as well as all of our assistant school administrators. This data, coupled with data that my colleagues shared, does show promising improvements in diversifying our administrative workforce. However, we continue to need to strategically target all diverse groups, and as mentioned, several times, our Hispanic and Asian administrators and central office leaders. We recognize that increasing the diversity of our administrative hires requires expanding our recruitment of external candidates as well. And we are working on specific actions that will enhance purposeful outreach to external highly qualified administrators. That is under development, and certainly we look forward to sharing some future actions with that. In collaboration with Elba Garcia, as well as other staff, our senior community advisor, as well as our OHRD recruitment staff and other offices, Office of School Support and Wellbeing, our Office of District-Wide Professional Learning, we are looking at intentional efforts to be more strategic with building our Hispanic pipeline of school-based administrators by developing mentorship opportunities for current staff that we have in MCPS as we look to encourage their personal and professional growth. This initiative, in conjunction with our existing recruitment plan and support, will allow us to not just increase our Hispanic staff diversity over the next 3 years, but also to ensure that we have, not just at the administrative level, but across all levels within the organization. We are going to work with the Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents, also referred to as ALAS, and this includes networking opportunities that will be at the local and national levels at different events. This also provides us the opportunity to extend our job postings beyond just MCPS careers and have job postings that are sent directly to current and aspiring Hispanic leaders locally, as well as across the nation and beyond. In collaboration with our partners, we will be planning and hosting initiatives for participants for potential mentors. We certainly know the power in mentors, and certainly engaging school-based administrators, central office leaders, and executive staff as well to serve as mentors. And we certainly look forward to reporting our data, our progress with these initiatives in future meetings. Next slide, please. In addition to recruiting, we know how important it is that we build the capacity of our leaders so we can certainly retain our wonderful leaders that we have. So we want to update you on our Cohort Inspire initiative, as well as the New Teacher Project Grant. So we are in our second year of Cohort Inspire. Cohort Inspire is an amazing opportunity to support current and aspiring school leaders interested in leading in highly impacted schools. They have the opportunity to participate in a year-long professional development series. This year, we have expanded the scope of learning from 4 sessions to 7 sessions, and also we've been able to do a hybrid of in-person as well as virtual. And these sessions cover a wide variety of topics with certainly a strong emphasis on leading in highly impacted schools. It's certainly our hope, and certainly I know it's the hope of the board and certainly our community members that we have our most talented administrators leading in our schools that are most impacted. We currently have 25 participants, and this represents a diverse group of aspiring and current leaders. We have principals, assistant principals, central office leaders, as well as teacher leaders participating. And certainly, we see this directly contributing to our administrative pipeline. 80% of this year's cohort participants are diverse, and certainly will be pursuing positions in highly impacted schools as well as other leadership positions in our county. I also want to provide an update on the New Teacher Project Grant. This grant was awarded last February. We are in our first year of a full cohort for 9 of our MCPS principals, and these principals are African-American principals as well as Hispanic principals. This is a 3-year opportunity that we can provide a professional learning community for these principals. They also receive individualized coaching through the grant. as well as partnering with a larger professional learning community. So we just want to give those updates. We brought those before you last year. At this time, I want to turn the presentation over to my colleague, Dr. Stanislaus, Director of Department of Professional Growth Systems.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, I'm Yolanda Stanislaus, and I proudly serve as the Director for the Department of Professional Growth Systems. Next slide, please. Thank you. So some of what I'll talk about is just the importance and the relevance of having a really good onboarding program, because we know that when you have that good onboarding program, people tend to stay. They tend to want to work closely with the individuals that they serve. They want to build relationships, hence retention. So we have now for teachers 3 onboardings that take place over the course of the year. The first one is our traditional welcome in August, where we welcome close to 1,000 teachers per year. It's pretty fantastic. And you all, of course, come and support it. But based on some of the reimagining work that we did a few years ago with the Office of Human Resources and Development, we really looked at different initiatives, some current pieces that we had in place, but some initiatives that we needed to get in place to better support our employees. One of those are now what we call Saturday symposiums. It's an NEO 2.0 where we invite teachers to come on Saturdays and we do give them a stipend and they participate in the learning that you see there. And then we have an NEO 3.0, once again, just really getting into the work of teaching and learning. So these are some of the initiatives that came out of that reimagining work from a few years ago, and of course with our coordination with our coordinator of onboarding and induction. Next slide, please. So every month we support orientation for about 2 to 3 times per month for our support professionals. Now that's not different from what we've been doing, but some of the content and what we share with them is slightly different. And you can see there the number of employees just to date that we've supported with an orientation. But we are in communication, very close communication with our union partners and collaborating and really thinking about how can we create the same type of experience for our new employees. And what that looks like is possibly some Saturday symposiums. So we are trying to put together 2 additional opportunities of learning for our employees who are our support professionals and within their first year of working in MCPS. Now, currently we in the Department of Professional Growth Systems, we offer over 125 different workshops for our support professionals alone. But this would be an opportunity just kind of focused in on our first year employees so that they, 1, could build relationships, 2, they can learn about other areas of interest as they continue to grow their own, careers. So we're really looking at what could that look like, and I'm excited to see, hopefully this spring, if we can really have that as an opportunity for our first year support professionals. A piece of the advancement or the growth that we had was really looking at what do we do for our central services new employees. So currently we host 3 central services or onboarding events for our new employees. Matter of fact, one is coming up, I think, in about a week and a half, and we're doing a bus tour where we're taking our central services through Rockville and some historical sites. We've partnered with Miss Sandy Williams, and she's the co-director. She's also an assistant principal in Montgomery County, but she's the co-director of the Sandy Springs Slave Museum and African Art Gallery. And what she's going to do is really serve as our professional docent on that tour. And it will give us an opportunity to see some of the historical sites in Montgomery County, some of those sites being Lincoln Park, looking at that high school there. Dawson's Market, that used to be Rockville Colored High School at one point, and of course Carver, right? And some of the one-room schoolhouses that we have in Montgomery County. We just thought that was really important, just based on the work that we're doing in our district currently, and acclimating our new employees, just so they can know and see the history, the powerful history that our system has had in MCPS. Next slide, please. And I think this is a bit of a repeat from what Dr. McKnight shared a little earlier in regards to national board certification. However, we're really excited to see that this pipeline is growing, working very closely to nurture and support our teachers as they enter this pipeline. I also have to say that we work very closely with MCEA in partnering regarding the types of professional learning opportunities that we offer to our teachers as well. Currently, within the Department of Professional Growth Systems, we offer over 27 courses for our teachers who are in process of becoming certified. And MCEA, they actually offer a really wonderful Jump Start program in the summer for those teachers. We have, I think, about 300 teachers who are currently in the pipeline for becoming NBC this year. So definitely growing. And I'm going to share, Ms. Harris, that we have 16 who have already achieved NBC and CTE teachers, and 17 who are in the pipeline, because I know you always ask me that. So I was ready this time. I was ready. Thank you. Next slide, please. So the FAST grant is just one of several grants that we have in the department. And this FAST grant, it was a governor's grant that we were given. It was a $1 million grant. I think I mentioned it last year. We're actually in the second and final phase of the grant. On the screen, you can see the number of support professionals that we've supported with this grant. It's a year-round course for our support professionals, our teachers, and aspects of it with our new administrators, our new principals. So with this, the real goal of this grant is to teach our new teachers and support professionals strategies on building their capacity to work with all students, right? What are some of those pro-social behaviors that they can incorporate into their daily teaching and learning? Elevating senses of psychological safety for those new employees. Sometimes it's hard to raise your hand and say, I don't know, but this environment really fosters that, and we want them to ask those questions that they may not feel safe or comfortable enough to ask in other settings. So we really promote what that looks like and that their voices matter. We are working through the anti-racist educator, what that looks like in class. How are they being very critical regarding reflecting on their own practice, reflecting on themselves, looking at their own biases. We all have them, but really identifying what those are so that you're better able to meet the needs of all the students that you serve. And just promoting connectiveness, right, with other colleagues. So this is a cohort. We want them to stay in it. We ask them to go through. Obviously, it's voluntary, but I have to say, just looking at those numbers, we're seeing that there's great interest in it. The good thing is it was a grant that we were able to get. The bad thing is it was a grant that we had. So we're looking at other ways to continue to implement this opportunity for our new employees. What's nice about this particular grant is, and the way we've structured it, it allows for all of our employees to come together. So some of these sessions are with teachers and support professionals learning side by side. And some of them are individualized just based on the needs of their position. So that's just a little bit about the FAST grant, and we have a few more of those. Next slide, please. So finally, and I think that's it because that's the last paper I have. So finally, we have our new principal network. We just had a meeting today with our new principals. Those are some of the tenets that we ask our principals to engage in. We really look at how they handle change management for sustainability purposes. We look at school finance. We look at leadership moves, all of those good things, and we share problems of practice. Some of this training is technical and some is adaptive, and it's that way on purpose because there are aspects of leadership where you do need to move in a technical way. You have to know point A to point B and policy X and Y, but how do you actually infuse that work as you're leading a school, as you're growing others, as you're building capacity, and as you're creating relationships with students, staff, and families. So we really do, we create an environment. I have to say our consulting principals do a fantastic job co-creating this and co-facilitating it. But we really want to create an environment where our new principals have voice and they feel, good about sharing what's working and what are some areas of growth and development for them as, we are professional growth system with a real concentration on growth. So we are happy to say we offer 8 sessions. 4 of them are virtual and 4 of them are face-to-face. This year, a little different, we invited 2 principals to serve as veteran principals in our planning and also facilitation of this work. So I think that's it for now. And I thank you so very much for listening. And I will turn it over to President Silvestri for discussion. Thank you.
That is the final slide for this presentation. Thank you. Thank you. I will start on this side of me, but I want to ask the first question while people formulate their questions. And I encourage my fellow board members to look through your questions that you thought of before the meeting to see if they need to be highlighted or if they've been answered. Fantastic. Just my big picture question is, of all the things that you have highlighted today, what gives you the biggest return for your investment?
Well, it really depends on what you're looking at, and certainly the kind of support that we give our people helps to keep them. And, we did this little pilot of a stay survey. It was only about 150 staff, but what they said about why they stay, it's about the people in their building, it's about what they're learning, and the relationships that they make. So certainly you have to support your people when they come in, and particularly a real focus on the first 3 years people are here, because that gives them a connection. But it is also important to recruit strategically, to target, to build those relationships, to really, as we said, using the data to drive our decisions about that. And then knowing that the landscape is such, how can we connect with our students and our employees so our students will go to college and come back and work here? And our employees will have opportunities, and that's why it's so important. One of the things I love about Montgomery County, and I always have loved about it, is we look at all our employees, and we pay a lot of attention to our support staff. Just today, Dr. Rubens, who is a new director, started out as a paraeducator. His pathway was really something we should be proud of. He started out as a paraeducator, he was a teacher, he was an AP, he was a principal of a large high school, and now he's a director. I think we have to put in our energies into all of that, but know that it's really an integrated approach. When a prospective candidate taps our website, that begins our relationship with them. And we want them to have a good candidate experience. We want to hire them well, and then we want to support them. And that's why we have to have great leaders, great hiring managers, and it's really an integrated approach, and then good salary and benefits. So all of that is HR.
Just follow up to that, and what are you hearing is the biggest draw about people that do choose to inquire to move forward with MCPS?
I still think we have a great reputation for developing our people. And, our leadership training program is one where people know that they can be trained to be, principals or aspire. We also have a lot of teacher leadership positions. We have staff development positions. We have coaches, so people can see that they can come in and, choose other kinds of things to learn, also in terms of our support staff, and also the relationships that people have. So if you have a friend who works in Montgomery County, someone who went to your university, those kinds of connections are important. Now, our recruiters, and Tomas can tell you, all over the country, though, people are starting to say, our candidates are saying, well, what do you have to offer us, to come? And, we certainly can say, we have a well-planned support when you come here. No, very few districts across the nation has consulting teachers and consulting principals to support our novice. Teachers and principals have professional growth consultants to support underperforming support service staff. So we do have a lot to offer, but it's tough. It's getting tougher out there.
Thank you. Mr. Kim, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you for my first question was actually just about that, about how we can capitalize off that pull about MCPS. It was so great to hear about, I think it was the teacher and the social worker who saw what MCPS had to offer and immediately felt that draw. So again, just knowing our strengths and preparing to elevate those strengths to continue to make MCPS an attractive destination. And that certainly applies to attraction and recruitment. And I think it's a similar story for retention, continuing to collect, monitor, and act on the input of the team we have now to make sure our team is going strong and we all have what we need to make education happen every day. My next questions were about the Grow Your Own programs. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about what specifically that pilot apprenticeship would look like for the students compared to maybe the models that we have right now.
Sydney?
Just ask our board members. I know I have a lot of questions, and I don't want to hog up the whole. There won't be any questions for this side of the table. So please choose your most strategic questions to start out with, and then we'll circle back if there is additional questions. This is such an important topic. It's been on a strategic plan as long as I've been on the board. It's been a board priority as long as we're on the board. So take our interest as our commitment to this topic. We want to do our best for our recruiting because we know it is recruiting and retention, because we know that we are a system of people, and we want the best people for our students. So, thank you.
Great, thank you for the question. So we are piloting, working very closely with the team who leads the work for youth apprenticeships in MCPS. So I'm learning a lot from my colleague, Sean Crossa, who leads that effort. And currently, there's a long list of employers who host our students for youth apprenticeship. That is a 450-hour work-based learning experience. Most often that is paid, so it comes with compensation that begins minimally at the minimum wage in the district. And so we see that there's an opportunity not only for our students to be hosted by employers in other areas, but we want to serve as the host employer in the district. We don't want to miss an opportunity for our students. Right now, there are several youth apprenticeships in a variety of spaces, including with the communications team, the print shop, and others. The one that we want to pilot for FY24 would be in the field of education. It would be a youth apprenticeship in the area of instructional support that mirrors that of a paraeducator. The reason we want to start with this particular type of work is because it translates very seamlessly from what the student can do as a senior and then move into direct employment upon graduation. So that youth apprenticeship would be that bridge to initial employment in the district. Going hand in hand with that, if the student is successful with the youth apprenticeship and becomes a member of the workforce, they immediately become eligible for a whole cadre of benefits that come with permanent employment. That includes tuition support, health insurance. So that supports the student as they begin their post-secondary education. We could envelop that person directly into our partnership at Montgomery College for an associate's degree. So we're looking to have that individual come from either having studied in our child studies cluster programs, our dual enrollment programs, but someone who is focused on becoming an educator.
Thank you. Yeah, that's fantastic. And I think, we have these CTE programs around this topic, and it was great to hear about this. I think, one thing maybe we need to discuss more is we have this wealth of teacher's assistants in MCPS. And for a lot of places, that might be a missed opportunity to really engage students who have an interest in the profession or at least a willingness to serve students and schools, and creating this more balanced approach and creating as many access points as possible, I think is really invaluable, and I think that work just goes hand in hand with that. And the last question I did have about kind of the exponential growth for signing future educators on, that was mentioned, and I think it was 25 last year, and it's projected to double this year. Or 12 last year.
12 last year.
Doubling to 25.
Correct.
So I just wanted to hear maybe a little bit more about what those numbers look like to continue to grow that program and make more significant strides of growing our own.
Sure. So the key, I think, for many of our endeavors is funding and having a funding source that can support that type of growth. Currently, we are leveraging the funds from the Maryland Leads Grant to support those scholarship recipients. And we know that grant is finite, so we will have to explore other funding sources, other grant opportunities to continue in that effort, but it's essential. We know once we build the energy, we don't want to just stop in FY24 when the grant ends. So it's going to be paramount that we identify ways that we can financially support and nurture our next generation of teachers and educators.
So to clarify, you'd say the kind of expected kind of limiting factors is not student interest, but funding.
No, I don't think so. In engaging our students, there's a lot of energy that comes when you connect with them. So my colleagues and I have been visiting schools and planting that seed of, do you really know that MCPS is an employer? We're an industry. At a recent school-based career event, our table was next to a moving company and the county rescue services. And so it started to build that foundational understanding that it's not just I go to school in MCPS, but there are employment opportunities. So I'm very excited. I think once you have that initial and ongoing conversation with our students, it clicks for them, and they make a lot of connections in their planning of post-secondary life, and we want to make sure that we're ready to receive them and support them so they can join the workforce.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Harris.
Yet. Yeah, thank you. And I, too, have a bunch of questions. I'll just ask a few to get started. First, just a couple clarifying questions for me. Going back to the very beginning, when you were talking about the recruitment efforts, 2 terms just to define for our listening audience out there. So when you were they were talking about screening interviews and open contracts. So screening interview, we're screening for what? And what is an open contract?
I'll begin answering that, and then if Tomas can come up to the table. Open contracts are a letter of intent, a contract. We're offering you a position. We're going to hire you. You may not know what school you're going to go to yet. you haven't been selected. But we know the earlier we hire people, the better. You get the better candidates. Right now, we have 77 open contracts. 14 of those are special ed. 7 of those, I wrote it down here, 7 of those are math, 2 psychologists, 7 counselors. So we have not put a cap on our open contracts because for us, every content area is a critical hire. Of course, science, math, special ed, psychologists are important. And screening, we do in HR, we do a screening interview. We call that pre-qualify. And it's asking, it's streamlined. It's not what a principal would ask or a director or someone else who's interviewing a candidate, but it's really getting at your dedication to kids, your focus on diversity, cultural competence, and so it gives the recruiters, an extra added information to be able to tell the staffers, this is a really good candidate and this is someone who deserves an open contract. Tomas, anything else?
That's pretty much it. As part of the application process to complete that screener.
Okay, thank you. Following up a little bit on Mr. Kim's questions about the Future Educators Scholarship. So one of my questions, it is funded by the Maryland Leads Grant, which is going away at the end of the next fiscal year. So my understanding is we have our first cohort of 12 last year. We're looking to do 24 more this year. And this is a $5,000 one-time scholarship. This isn't every year they continue, but just once. Is that correct?
Yes, so there would be $5,000 for the first cohort and $5,000 for the second cohort. We would have to go back and look at the parameters of the grant. There is a possibility to be able to provide that funding for the first cohort as they move into their sophomore year.
Okay.
That group of 12.
And so I guess my question is, if we give them, say, for discussion's sake, we can only do one $5,000 scholarship for 1 year's time. What do they get from us after that? To continue in the program, to continue to think of us, to continue in their educational path and to come back to us?
Yeah, so right now we have, because it's a small group, we have the capacity to be very personal and intentional with our communication. So with them, I've learned a couple of things. I send them an email. They don't always read it, so I have everyone's cell phone number. And so I'll text them and say, go check your email. And then that's how we stay contacted. But I've been able to have brief text messages with them or send them a Google form just for a quick update. And they're very eager to share with us what their experiences are like. Additionally, we want to, any of the students who will be in the area for the summer, or those who have remained local for their education, engage them and work with them to become employees of the district. That might be temporary employment or permanent employment based on their qualifications. They're very early into their post-secondary education, so they'll have to earn a few more credits to meet some of the qualifications for our positions, but explore that temporary summer and permanent employment as a student, and that will keep a strong connection with them and also help to have them earn a wage while they're students in school.
And how are we making students aware of this opportunity?
Yeah, so we hit the road where my colleagues go to New Mexico. I stay locally along with our newer colleague, Brittany Mackel, in our office. And we connect with schools for their school events. That might be on a small scale. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, are you talking about these 12 cohort?
Oh, no, my apologies. I was speaking about the high school students.
The Future Education Scholarship, how are we making our current students know about these 24 opportunities?
So with that, that's where we are going into the schools to discuss that. So we're showcasing who the current recipients are, highlighting that they all took a different path. Some are at MC, some are at a four-year institution, some left the state, so that our students can see themselves in each of those paths and not feel like it's a single method to earn the scholarship. Additionally, we have been invited by schools into those classes where students have a high interest in education. We also participate in events with the College and Career Center. They've hosted us at some of our high schools and will continue those visits to our schools.
And question, you mentioned the Teachers Scholars Institute at Towson that students are participating in. How many students and how are you funding those?
So again, in the same venue, we let them know about everything. So we let them know what opportunities they're eligible for as rising 10th, 11th, and 12th graders, and then those opportunities they can experience upon graduation. And so with the teacher scholars, the summer scholars hosted by Towson University, we share that opportunity when we are visiting schools.
And do we pay for that?
We pay in part, and Towson University is leveraging their Maryland Leads funding to really pay for the lion's share of that opportunity.
So I have a lot more questions, so I'll just end with this one for now. So the slide 9 says the goal is to increase by 100% or more the number of rising grade 11, 12 students who take part in this Teacher Scholars Institute. Yeah. So how many is that?
Yeah, that's I think that's very doable because last year it was a mighty group of 4 students that went. And it's a lot of competition. Our students are highly engaged in the summer. So they have a lot of opportunities. They are working. They are taking classes. They are traveling. So to find that unique group of students who is available and interested, we have a great deal of competition that we have to meet. But what is nice is that what Towson was able to do based on our feedback is that they incorporated a stipend for our students for this coming summer, recognizing that many of our students do typically work in the summertime, so they are offering our students a stipend. They're offering a residential experience because the kids wanted to stay in the dorms. They didn't want to leave each day. And so they enhanced that offering with that. And then similar to last summer, our students will earn 1 dual enrollment credit for a course similar to teaching as a profession that is then sent back to their high school transcript so that they have that 1 college credit reflected in that 4-day experience.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mrs. Modrowski.
Yep, thank you. So a lot of the stuff's kind of been touched on, and also I'll try to be quick in the effort of saving time. But in reference to the growing your own, you were kind of talking about it. I was concerned about the $5,000, and is that an annual thing, and does that cover it? And I know I ask this all the time, but I'm going to ask it again. Particularly like with the work you're doing in partnership with Towson, have we talked to them at all about potentially doing where their tuition would be covered and then it paid back each year of employment essentially? And I don't know if that's something that we've started to explore at all, or.
I'm familiar with that type of funding model. My familiarity is it often is the result of grant funding or some type of standalone funding source where that money can be paid up front. Those have to come with agreement and with that source of money. But I would have to learn more about the capacity of our higher education partners to be able to work with us in that type of endeavor. But typically it does come from a grant experience, yeah.
Okay, I know Mount St. Mary's used to do a program like that. So I'm very glad that you're looking at, and one of my questions was going to be about, or comments was going to be about going into the classrooms and talking specifically, because the college fairs and things like that are great, and the career fairs, but only if the kid comes up to the table. So,
Yeah.
When you go into the classrooms, you have the direct access.
So we are experimenting with a lot of different models to see what works for our students. I can give you an example. Our first visit was at Clarksburg High School. We were invited and hosted by the team in the College and Career Center. So classes were brought in to the College and Career Center, and that was a small-scale event where we were face-to-face in a classroom with students. We will go back to Clarksburg High School in a few weeks for their large-scale career event, where we're among many employers. So that allows us to connect again with students we met on our first visit, and then reach a broader, cast a broader net to our students. So we're approaching it in both ways.
And what grades are you speaking to?
Typically, we're targeting our 11th graders so that there's time this spring to work with the school counseling teams if they want to go into work-based learning, or time to adjust schedules where that's allowed. And our 10th graders as they begin their college and career planning. And then the conversation with seniors is more focused on that post-secondary planning. Where are they going? What are they doing? And how can we stay connected to them?
And that's young enough for them to get everything that they need to be able to participate fully and graduate with what they need to proceed?
I think so. I think that's a great population because they're very focused on their next steps. And graduation is very much in the forefront of their planning. But we're not missing opportunities to go to middle schools. We've connected with a couple of our middle schools to confirm our dates to visit, and that will plant a seed for those students who have a few years before they leave us.
Okay. One of my colleagues asked about the supports through graduation, the higher graduation, but my last question in reference to the growing our own process was going to be, well, now I just lost my train of thought, so forget. I'll ask another question. In terms of the retention and recruitment aspects, how are you picking which schools you're reaching out to? And just for quick background, my daughter graduated from University of Mississippi, and last year when I was there for graduation, met two girls in line at a restaurant, and they just completed the education program, and they had no idea where they were going to work. And that was, a late graduation. So it was, we would have been already doing our stuff. And so I'm just curious how you're picking. You mentioned Penn State. I know they've got a great program, but.
Yes, thank you. So what we do is we look at the demographics of each university. We identify those universities that have at least 25% of their students are diverse, and we also look at their schools of education, right? And see how many they have graduating, right? So in order for us to go, let's say, to Mississippi, we have to make sure that we can engage a certain number of students and students of color.
Okay.
And that's how we ended up in University of Alabama. We are going to Mississippi. We're scheduled to go to Mississippi, but it's Mississippi State.
Okay. Watch it, you. My last question for this round was just, how are we measuring the effectiveness of the onboarding programs and ensuring that, all staff have the experience, opportunity to have that experience, including, our central services and whatnot?
I'm going to ask Dr. Stennis.
You repeat the question?
Sure. The effectiveness of it and making sure that everybody has the opportunity to participate.
Exactly. So I shared a little earlier that we're in process of collaborating with our SEIU union, and one of the things that we're going to do is actually pull together a focus group to hear some feedback directly from those individuals who were a part of the orientation over the first year. We literally just talked about this last week. Some of the information that we want to do is really think about what's our current state and what that looks like, and then what would be considered their ideal state. We know what our ideal state are, but they're in the process, and really doing a gap analysis to see what next steps we can take in order to get closer to that ideal state. So that would be one way of doing that. Also, continuously collecting that feedback. So after we do the full orientation for our teachers during August, we literally collect close to 800 articles of data, just based on the almost minute-by-minute experience throughout those 2 days or 3 days, depending on if they're a special educator, they go 3 days. So we really collect that feedback, and we look, how was your opening? Was that good? Did that work for you? What suggestions? Curriculum. And usually what we find is we want more time. We're like, okay, I know. But the time that you had, how did it work, right? So we use that data to help inform the next steps. And on the onboarding events for teachers starts with DPGS, but truly it is a system effort. Across the board, all of my colleagues, and several of them are in the room right now, real cross-collaboration in order to ensure that we're meeting the needs of the new employees that are coming in. So we take a look at that data together, and sometimes we get a little knock here or there, but that's a voice, right? And a voice that matters. So we look at that and say, how can we make that experience different for them? So it really is an ongoing collection of data, analyzing that data and seeing what we can do, and pushing ourselves past what we've already done, what we've done in the past, and really thinking and going back to our roots around that reimagining work that we did, and the promises that we made to ourselves to be better and do better. So data actually is the starting point for us. Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Mrs. Evans?
Sure. So this was an in-depth presentation, and I appreciate Dr. Marks starting off with background information, because it was really helpful to hear what's happening across the nation, right, and how that impacts our school system. And then Dr. Stanislaw, she's still up here. I loved hearing about what we do, like the NEO 2.0 and 3.0 that's coming on board. I have had an opportunity to go to NEO, and it does seem like it's something great that we do. And it's for, is it a week? 3 days?
It's 2 full days for most employees. It's 3 days for our employees who are teachers of special education and ESOL, ELL.
And then being able to hear from Ms. Bordero in regards to what we're doing for career pathways for our supporting services. So a question, I know that prior to the pandemic, we were being creative and reimagining how we connected with future candidate or future hires. Are we still doing like roundtable discussions with some of the universities where we're potentially hiring at? And I know at one point Dr. McKnight went to Busboys and Poets to speak with future candidates, and I think they liked having access to the superintendent to hear about the school system. Are we doing anything like that? I don't know who to address that question to. Dr. Marks.
I'm not familiar with the activity that you are speaking of, but we do have in-person activities throughout our recruitment calendar. We just had one not too long ago, about 2 weeks ago now, where we had about 90 teachers come to the event. And for the most part, they were teachers in surrounding jurisdictions.
Okay. I think
I can add on.
Yeah.
I can add on. I can add on. Another example was it's a grassroots, if you will, or in the community. Before the holidays, we hosted an event at El Golfo Restaurant in Tacoma Park, Maryland. And it was co-hosted with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce in Montgomery County. So it did not have members of our leadership or exec team there, but it was in the community in a space that's a little non-traditional. And it was great in that the people who came out, it was a very rainy night, I remember that, they came out, but then we had a space that was not closed off.
Sure.
And so some of the other patrons of the restaurant approached us. They were there just eating dinner, but then were able to engage. Tomas and I were at that particular event. So it was much more on a smaller scale, but very personalized and in the community.
That's definitely an example, and I wasn't real clear. I think that one event that we had a roundtable discussion, I don't know that there were senior leadership there, or a superintendent, but it was with, I thought, Howard University, and it was done at Montgomery College, Tacoma Park satellite area. So that was an example of bringing in college students to talk and hear about our school system and just being able to ask questions. So one more question. In regards to our students that we know or that are going to go on to teach, do we do any check-ins with the students to say, well, how are things going, to kind of put on their mind, we want you to come back, and then maybe have conversations with administrators or just various staff members in our school district to put on their minds maybe a career pathway in education that they had not thought about, but just getting in, and I'm not trying to have you all do one more thing, but I'm just thinking about, as you're in college and you're figuring it out, that if you had access to your previous school district to hear from educators, that it might jog your mind or push you in a direction, special education, or just something that maybe you hadn't thought about. So that was just a question that I had.
I do think it's a great idea. I know personally people do that. They come back and they go to their homecoming game and people ask what they are doing. We're in talks with Bowie State around a program where we would be connecting to this. Our students would be going to Bowie. They'd be studying anything. Not necessarily education, but could be criminology, it could be finance. We would do a connection around trying to get summer jobs. And also, if they didn't necessarily want to go into education, we would be looking for other positions in that one, and we're just in the development of the MOU. We're hoping to have something developed by the end of the year. All of those students, though, would come out with with secondary certification in a content area. So if they chose to go into education, they can. I think that it is, about the connections and we have basically two people who are doing, partnerships and that, but to connect with our counselors in the high schools and see where students are going. And it's not hard to sort of develop some sort of a way of reception or whatever around kids who come home for their vacations. But, it is really around connecting with those relationships. I think one thing is we need to leverage the idea that we can use some of our students in the summer for summer jobs.
Absolutely.
And make that connection.
Right. And I was thinking about what Mr. McCoy said. Mentors came to mind, but I thought it would be great to have someone who you can view as a mentor coming back and kind of touching you. Do we ever have, and I know everybody has a job to do and they're busy, do we ever have some of our Asian educators or African American educators in various positions come to the career fairs or come to talk to candidates so that they can see themselves prior to being hired and just maybe asking some questions candidly that they might not be comfortable asking during an interview process, just to...
So we have what we call MCPS ambassadors. So when we do have in-person events, they're out there helping out at the different events that we do host in person. They're also conducting our screening interviews too when we have those bi-weekly. And those screening interviews are done virtually.
Well, just know the Board of Education would love to be ambassadors as well.
We'll get you a T-shirt.
We have T-shirts. And also, we highlighted some of the things that we're trying to do for our Hispanic and Latinx candidates, but we do know that we have to do the same thing and similar things for our Asian candidates as well. And, we do have a pipeline. We have the Lunar New Year and the scholarships that are given to students, and, we need to know them and get to know them and try to follow them just like we're following our students in our current cohort, because that is a pipeline that we need to pay attention to.
Dr. McKnight?
Thank you. One thing I wanted to circle back to, and thank you, team, for giving all these great examples of how we are being strategic in the approach, is one of the intended thoughts about creating the ambassador program some years back was to be able to leverage the diversity that we already have within MCPS. I just wanted to point that out, because the goal of developing that was the diversity that we do have. We want to utilize that in the recruitment spaces and be strategic in how we use that, because where we go for certain recruitment events and in community events to recruit, we should be thinking and are thinking about who needs to be in front of this audience that can actually connect to the community in that way. So I know that's a program we continue to build, and we'll continue to reach out to make sure that we have the ambassadors that represent that diversity, so we can continue to have a pool, because people get worn out too. We don't want a principal or two principals or two central service staff to always be the people that we have to focus in on. One other point I wanted to make, I shared with you that we were working on some connections with universities to fuel the pipeline specifically. A couple of things that we know. People who go into education, and particularly into some of the high needs areas of education, focus on, one, not having to obtain debt as they get their degree for that, and number two, so that they have mentors and those who can support them in the ways that are meaningful to them. So in the partnerships and MOUs that we look to develop with those universities, some of the part of what we're talking about in those partnerships are, how do we have the students come through to get that degree and certification and have the commitment up front that they come back to Montgomery County in our high needs area. I mean, we know we want to fuel a number of different areas, but we want to put our intent in those areas in which we know we need it. So that's been one focus of those new programs and the MOUs that are being developed, so that we can take care of, one, fundraising, and that's where the universities come into play with many foundations and stuff to help support those students not gaining debt, and that we have the agreement up front that they come back once they're educated through those programs, and that we agree on the funding being provided for them to come back to Montgomery County. Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Wolf?
I want to thank you for a very detailed presentation. We're in such competition to hire. I was wondering how long it takes from the application process to the hiring, actual getting a contract to them.
That is an area we're working on. It could be as quick as 2 weeks as we're looking at open contracts, but during our heavy hiring year, our applicant tracking system requires a lot of information, and we're trying to look at asking our candidates to put less information in. So once they're in and pre-qualified, we hand them off to the principals or the other hiring managers if it's a different kind of job. And so we do ask our principals to quickly interview, get a diverse team in their school, and interview and make a decision, because we do not want someone to be going to, a candidate going to 3 and 4 schools and then waiting for an offer. So we do work with them. So there's a transactional process that sometimes takes a little longer than we would want. And then it's the idea of making sure that our staffers who are assigned to schools and have good relationships with principals are really pushing those principals to be making decisions and making an offer. So sometimes it can take 4 to 6 weeks, and that's too long.
Yeah, I'd like to get some data on that at the end of this hiring season. And I'd like to know if once you refer, once there's a contract and a school gets in it, how long is it really taking them to move on it? My second question is, well, I have two. And I think it was Miss Pinkert. You said that there were 5 parts for show your own, grow your own, that people needed that you focused on. But maybe I just missed it. I heard 1 and 2, but I didn't hear 3, 4, and 5. So if you could just tell me quickly, I just want to record it.
Absolutely. So the research shows that there are 5 elements. First is strong partnerships, community-based recruitment, and 3, 4, and 5 are wraparound supports, paid work-based experiences, and structured pathways.
Okay. And I know that last year I was visiting our innovative schools, and to Shebra's point, they had a number of Summer Rise students working there. So I hope that we are able to continue that, because I think that gives them an idea and some really good experience. My last question is, it was about one of the grants that you had. Hold on, gotta find the page. And I know that when you apply for a grant, you apply for something specific, but it was really for the new principals, and it was for Black and Hispanic principals. Oh, the new teacher project. And I wanted to know, was your grant application limited to those 2 categories? Because I was trying to figure out why Asian principals aren't in there.
Yeah. This was a program that was, the grant was through TNTP, and it was specific for that. I'll ask Jason. Oh.
No, I understand that. Yeah. If that's what it was for, then I understand that. I was just wondering, is there something we can do for our Asian principals to have a sense of community too?
Certainly. We're exploring, similar opportunities, because it has been a great professional learning community for the 9 principals. And I know that the new teacher project, they have other grants that we have discussed, whether it be for central office leaders, as well as other leaders of color. So we certainly will be seeking out similar opportunities.
Thank you.
Ms. Yang.
Thank you. Thank you for the tremendous work and effort by the OHRD. I personally have seen Mr. Rivera-Ferreira and Mandy in multiple community events.
We're a little tired.
And you're certainly putting our name out there and have been very strategic in making local community partners. So thank you for that. And I'd applaud the initiative of installing the 24 career pathway ambassadors. I think it is such a great idea to have local support, for our supporting staff and for their development. Now, my questions are, now we are 1 semester in, do we have a way, or how are we evaluating the effectiveness of this program? And if we find it effective, what plans do we have? Do we have plans for expansion?
Thank you for that question. So we just recruited this cohort in January. So they just started in January. Our plan for this year is to have them be ambassadors for the remaining of the school year, and then next school year as well, if funding is still there. We want to front load them with the training this semester. They're already actively planning almost mini recruitment events for their schools. They're already creating newsletters, trainings. They've hit the ground running. We will survey them and the employees that they have talked to in about May or June. So we will have some preliminary data based on what's worked for them. We've put a lot of onus on them that they're the first cohort. So we've told them they have a lot of responsibility. And they're really excited about it, to be the first cohort ever and to really set the tone for future cohorts. Right. So our hope is that they complete this semester, stay on for next semester. We know that There will be some natural attrition. People may leave SEIU or the district or not be able to commit to it. So that will be nice for new members to join and learn from existing cohort members. And then we will recruit next spring for the following year. Yeah.
Thank you. So, yeah, because having that data, it's also motivating for them. And also, when we are looking at budgets, we are always willing to support programs that bring in great results. Okay, I want to, looking at this data, I think there is opportunity for us to think about our future support or relationship building. If we look at the slide number 6, about 40% of our teachers are in the age range of 20 to 29, which means that let's think about what this age group people care about, right? In terms of benefit package, in terms of work-life balance, in terms of support and relationship building. So I see great opportunity these data provide. Thank you. Thank you.
I just wanted to take a moment to say Ms. Rivera Oven is not here, but she is not well today, so I just wanted to let our public know that she is watching and texting me on a number of issues. Before we go back around, I wanted just to ask again about the $5,000 scholarship, which you're telling me is the limiting factor to increasing our Grow Your Own high school program from 12 to 25. So again, I don't have a question. I just ask, is that really a limiting factor? Are there students that, a $5,000 scholarship is not going to make it or break it for kids that are interested in going into education. And so just wanted to ask about
I don't think we should make it a limited factor. It may, we have that money in the LEADS grant through FY24. So, certainly, if, for example, Sydney, we're able to recruit 30 students this year, we'll recruit 30 students. We wanted to give ourselves a goal of at least doubling. We also have been in some discussions in our around if you're a first-time college goer, there's some federal monies. We need to, again, collaborate with our guidance counselors and others about other kinds of monies that can support our students who are going into education. So I guess that it's good to say we definitely have that money, but one of the things that we need to look at is ways that we can help our students fund their education.
Thank you. I don't think I'm misspeaking here, but I think there's a huge interest, as you can see from the board, in growing our own, because we know that's how we're going to get the diversity. We have plenty of students in the pipeline, so really wanting to see that expand in a high-quality way, of course. Right. As soon as possible.
And I do want to say, in our programs that are for our para-educators or others who are, going into, special ed or other higher ed partnerships, all but one, we pay directly to the university. So there's no out-of-pocket expenses for that, but they are mostly our employees.
Can you say that again?
Our programs with Montgomery College, Towson University, we have the one with Moreland State around helping our conditionally certified folk. All of that is direct pay to the university, so there's no out-of-pocket expenses.
So you have it in place for existing employees, and you're trying to figure out something for our students.
Oh, yeah, you can clarify. If I'm wrong, I apologize. So those are the experts.
I just wanted to clarify one piece. So we utilize the negotiated benefit of tuition reimbursement to support our partnerships. And that's a fixed rate. That rate does not change each fiscal year. So for some of our employees, it means that they don't come out of pocket for the cost of their tuition. For others, there is a difference between the rate of tuition and fees at the university and our tuition reimbursement rate. So just to clarify a little bit, that some employees are able to pursue a program with no or minimal out-of-pocket costs, but the more expensive the tuition is at a particular university, our employees do have to plan for that financial payment.
Thank you, makes sense. Mr. Kim, additional questions? Ms. Harris?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple more. And I guess, bottom line, I'm really interested in learning. So there was just kind of an avalanche of things that you shared with us today about all the work that is happening with, recruiting, retaining, professionally developing, growing our own. But I'm interested in hearing how we are evaluating what we're doing to make sure we're really spending our time, energy, and money on the high-impact levers, and things that aren't really giving us much return. We can, jettison those away so we can really focus on the things that are working. And so looking at, for instance, we were talking about NEO 2.0, 3.0. I'm interested to know, in the NEO 2.0, what you said was a stipend-supported Saturday symposia for first-year employees. What was the uptake on that? How many employees took advantage of that, and did they keep coming back?
Mike, I would definitely have to get those numbers to you. From the feedback, it's great interest, and we do have those set employees that, if they're available on those Saturdays, they definitely come because they had such a good experience, the first 2.0, and they come back for the second. So I can get those numbers for you. But once again, the data tells the story, right? And it tells us the story as well. After each and every, and that goes from all of our support professional trainings that we do, that's just something that we have committed to as a department, that a part of professional learning ends and starts with feedback, right? So once we get that feedback is used to inform what next steps we will take. So for NEO 2.0, or just NEO that happens in August, we utilize that feedback to say, these are some areas that our participants said they wanted to engage deeper in or hear more of, and we build the training based on what they said they wanted. So it's just Gusky's model, right? Utilizing that whole cycle of professional learning to ensure that we're really getting to a point where we're able to sustain the growth and development of individuals by utilizing that feedback.
Okay. And then kind of question, comment, NEO, I went through that myself a couple of years ago when I was a new CTE teacher. And the one thing for a CTE teacher was that when there were many general sessions, but then there were specific curriculum content areas, and there was simply nothing for us.
Right.
And so just from that perspective, are we now in our NEOs really focusing in on the various content areas our CTE teachers are teaching and providing them at least a PLC in that space?
Yes.
They tried to shove us in with the science teachers, and they were like, why are you here? And we're like, we don't know what we're doing.
Right.
Not really helping, but yeah.
Yeah, so in our efforts to work collaboratively with the curriculum offices, we have a point person who is over CTE. And some of the work that they do is we say, okay, how many hours exactly do you need to support the professional learning during NEO for the 85 teachers, the whatever number. And they build the professional learning in a very differentiated way in order to meet their needs. Yes, a computer science teacher needs something from, different from another teacher. So we try to create a landscape where we know everyone needs information, right? So when we do our 3-hour equity learning and deeper dive into the anti-racist work, everyone gets that because that's a district priority. But when it's time to break out and do the sessions for learning, we really try to hone in. So I think we've gotten a little bit better in meeting the needs of the differentiated staff who come through outdoors, and if we're not, then we'll continue to try to do a better job around that.
Okay, thank you. And then the last observation I make is that when we're doing our true grow our own from the people inhabiting our classrooms right now, we are not just talking about teachers and paraeducators, right? We hire accountants and lawyers and architects and draftsmen and engineers, and so pretty much anything you want to do, well, not brain surgeons, but we need you. And so we are creating that kind of messaging too, not just the teachers, very important, but we do hire other things too.
Mrs. Madrasky? Mrs. Evans? I will take the opportunity to ask some of my questions. I'm also very interested in highly qualified staff versus people we need to get into the system to be fully staffed. And so I didn't see in the presentation, so correct me if I'm wrong. Could you give us an idea of the percentage, amount, trends in terms of people that don't have the certification for teaching? Let's start there, or let's just focus there. Provisionally, so if I have a biology degree, I want to teach an MCPS. If I'm the right person, you might offer me a contract. How many of those are there? So just so the board understands the work that needs to be done to help those folks get onboarded, get training, because we want a high-quality educator in front of every student so that we can implement the wonderful literacy and math and all types of curricular initiatives that we're doing. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Travis Levy, and I also want to thank Travis for his work in the Department of Human Capital Management, but his heart is in a school, and that's great. But we're going to keep him around at least for another month or two.
Thank you, Dr. Marston. Good afternoon, everyone. Good to be here with you. And thank you, President Silvestri, for the question. I think it's really an important one, especially as we think about the way that the landscape has shifted over the last few years. I can share with you that 10 years ago, when I did my first stint in OHRD, we did not hire conditionally certified educators. There was not a need to. People came in. We had a robust pipeline of certificated teachers, and so there wasn't the need. In fact, we often praised ourselves that we did not have to do that. But again, things have shifted. I think one point that I do want to elevate for the group here is that conditionally certified teachers are not all created equal in regards to the way in which they're coming in. In some cases, it may be that they just need a few additional courses, and we can support them through our tuition reimbursement program to get them what they need in order to be certificated. Other times, you have career switchers who are coming out with a bachelor's degree and very little experience in the classroom. That level of support obviously is very different than someone who might be coming in with just needing to take an additional test or a few classes or something like that. So what I would like to share is that certainly Dr. Stanislaus and the consulting teacher team is able to support in providing some level of that differentiated support. The other piece that, again, I think is really important and something that's worth noting at the table is a partnership with MCEA. And so, as part of the negotiations last year around this time, we agreed that we were going to set aside just about, I think, $113,000 because it was a shared interest, both of MCEA and MCPS, to ensure that we were going to provide that support for our conditionally certified educators. So looking at what are those differentiated needs, and Dr. Stanislaus, of course, was talking about some of those innovative programs around NEO 2.0 and 3.0. We're also looking at studying skillful teacher as an opportunity for how can we bring folks together to make sure that we're meeting the needs of cohorts of folks, because again, as I said at the start, not all the same needs, but we have a responsibility for our students to ensure that our level of support for those individuals is differentiated so that we can get them to that point of earning the certificate within 2 years. And we're also hoping that MSDE will eventually extend that period of time from 2 to 5 years. We also last year, and I think I talked about this when I was here in February of last year, that we did get the extension from MSDE for our conditionally certified educators to go from 2 years to 3 years, and we were able to retain, I want to say upwards of 50 of our educators who may not have been able to get it. So that extension of time is really important because we know, especially for first-year teachers in general, it's a challenge. It's a challenge if you've gone through a preparation program, but it's even more challenging if you don't necessarily have that preparation. So we really want to commit to ensuring that we're providing that level of support.
Thank you. And if you could share with the board as a follow-up how that data breaks down. So I didn't hear any, we have an increase of blah, blah, blah percentage.
So I have it right in front of me. Give me 1 second.
I have it right here.
Oh, thank you. So when we were looking at 2019, we had 265 educators who were conditionally certified. 2020, it went up to 278. 2021, 353. So you see the trend is increasing. The 2022, the team is still reviewing the cases. So, but as of right now, there are 150. But again, the certification team, as they're working to review, and again, that's just another piece or layer to this, is to review those cases is a little bit more complex. And so to make sure that they're providing that level of support, almost a concierge service to say, Ms. Silvestri, I see that you've taken X credits here. You need 10 more credits in biology. You need to take this praxis test. You need to do this. You may want to consider Moreland University because, again, that is a really sort of streamlined program to provide the online experience, but also inclusive of praxis support and things like that. So again, it is a broad effort to try to ensure that we're managing the landscape and making sure that people have the support they need.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you, Mr. Wiebe, having that data right there, ready to go. This is why we're going to miss him, but he's just going right across the street. But the data that he shared is really important. I wanted to bring to the board. There were a number of teachers from different LEAs around the state doing lots of advocacy at MSDE around this issue of if they come into education not being fully certified, that when they are released within a year or two by their districts, that number one, it's not helping the shortage, which we all know. Number two, it emphasizes the time that they need. And so I'm really proud of the fact that we've extended that. And Mr. Wiebe is absolutely correct. I remember this. As a matter of fact, we still have to do a lot of work to fight against this outside of Montgomery County, that people still believe that we are not as inclusive in thinking that we do not welcome people who come in being provisionally certified. But we do, and I appreciate them tracking that data because the data says that we are working with those who come in who are provisionally conditional employees, but work with them so that they can meet the certification. And for some people, that means they need more time. Same trend sometimes we see in students who struggle with testing. Some of them struggle with passing some of the tests that are required, but that doesn't say that they're not valuable people in the classroom. And so I applaud our principals and those implementing the professional growth system, because that's where we're actually able to see how that investment plays out for children in the best way. So thank you for asking that.
May I just say one more thing? Conditionally certified teachers, have some background. Again, it may be that the great content, they need pedagogy, one course or whatever. We are not hiring people who we do not feel will be good teachers. I know we have a problem with subs, and we could talk about that another day in building up our sub pool, but I don't want an unqualified person to be teaching in Montgomery County. So we know we have needs, but we do have, qualifications for our teachers.
Thank you. And in the interest of time, I will ask my final questions as a follow-up, because we're in between lunch, and we'll have to modify the agenda for that. My two remaining questions that I'd like a follow-up on is I love the fact that you are considering, in terms of leadership of our principal population and central office, acknowledging that we're going to have to go outside the system to attract, if we wait for this wonderful pipeline that you're building, and I do want to commend you on the work that you've done to increase the assistant principal pipeline, for particularly our trouble areas, which is Asian and Latino. Just wanted to know more about your time frame, because we want everything tomorrow, and I hear that you are developing a plan, but I really want to understand your time frame so that I can check back with you and say, okay, how would we do with that? And my second question is retention of our minority, Black and brown educators, some data around. I heard you say how we're doing to increase the recruitment, but I didn't hear any data on how we're doing to keep them, because that has been a troublesome area in the past.
Well, we could do a more detailed response, but in terms of our partnership this year around getting mentors or doing more recruitment activities, we're going to be starting that. But in the budget, there is an accelerator for another administrator and supervisory coordinator that will help in terms of targeted recruitment and really recruiting outside of MCPS. That doesn't mean we can't hold or we won't hold activities to try to look at people from the outside, and certainly joining associations that focus in on our Hispanic and Latinx school administrators, as well as maybe Asian school administrators. We're doing that right now. And just in terms of the second question, we just got some preliminary information looking at teachers from FY22 turnover, and there was not a real difference between our teachers of color and our white teachers. That's just preliminary. We really do have to find a better way of disaggregating data like that for you in terms of all our, that funnel and, recruitment and retention. We're just starting to look at that, and IRSC was able to give us some data for FY22 teacher turnover, and there didn't look like a significant difference between the groups, but we'll keep looking at that.
Thank you.
If I may just quickly, I want to thank the team for a great presentation, and for to the board for your interest in this really important topic. It's obviously changed over time. It's become much more complex. The days of simply having job fairs and visiting universities with teacher prep programs are behind us. That's still an important piece, but as you've seen today, it's become so much more complex, and we have a number of programs that we are engaged in and working on and building up and building out to address the specific needs. There's not going to be one silver bullet that's going to, fix this nationwide shortage, and so it really is incumbent upon us to make sure that we're meeting the needs, identifying the students who do have an interest in becoming teachers, and working for the school system, and really reaching out and meeting them where they are.
Thank you so much, and I do want to commend you as well for an excellent memo that really allowed us to understand the enormity of the issue and everything that's happening. So I really appreciate being able to digest that and then send additional questions. So thank you for your patience on that. And again, just to reiterate, this is such an important issue to the board, such an important issue to our community. So as we finish up in the next couple of weeks our budget process, really want to see that we're taking care of this to the best of our ability. And thank you again for the questions that you addressed today about the positions that you have in place in Dr. McKnight's budget. So I will thank you once again, and I want to ask if we could get a motion to amend the agenda so that we can take our lunch break now, because this took longer than we anticipated, and that we can take 30 minutes to do that and come back at 3:05.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present. Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing with our board meeting for today. We are moving on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item 7, wellness and restorative practices, with special attention to bullying, what we're doing about bullying. So with that, I do ask that please refrain from using acronyms so that our public can understand the conversation. And we do have some hard stops, so we'll try to be as effective and efficient as we can. Thank you. Dr. McKnight?
Thank you, President Silvestri. So we are joined by members of our Office of School Support and Wellbeing team, as well as our medical officer, Dr. Kapunen. We're going to hear today about resources that we have in place to address student needs, particularly around the area of bullying and harassment, and also things that we're doing to begin to restore the environments in which these incidents have occurred around RJ practices. So we look forward to engaging in discussion. At this point, I'll turn it over to Dr. Murphy.
All right. Thank you, Dr. McKnight. I will just give a brief overview of today's presentation and really just highlight the fact that you do recognize that we have Dr. Kapunen with us. One of the things we've been really conscious about is how we integrate our services as we deploy them out to schools and as we recognize how we are able to support staff. So what you're going to hear today is really looking at defining expectations and behaviors, looking at some of the how we were responding to aspects of bullying and harassment, and then also how we have wellness or infrastructure in place so we can have restorative practices. So one of the things that the team has worked on very closely is making sure that we do present today sort of how all these elements are integrated, and Dr. Kapunen, as well as OSSWB, is a big part of that, or the Office of Student Support and Wellbeing. So with that as an introduction, I'm going to turn to Ms. Rubin to kind of kick us off, and then Mr. Damon Montiolani will lead us through the presentation.
All righty. Thank you, Dr. Murphy. Good afternoon, Dr. McKnight, President Silvestri, Vice President Evans, and the Board of Education. Today, we thought it was really prudent to really begin by addressing some of the significant challenges that we've seen in our district. We have a rise in instances of hate bias, interpersonal conflict, substance use, and bullying. These challenges present in our schools, but we are very much aware that they are tied inextricably to things that are underlying mental health, social, emotional, and other things for our students. They are symptomatic of many of the issues that our students are confronting in both their personal lives as well as often in their school-based experience. And so today we come before you to really exhibit and unfold not only the budgetary pieces, the investments that the district has made over a variety of years, but to really be able to illustrate some of that return on investment, to take a look at how we're evaluating the programs that we have in place, including restorative justice and a variety of others, and then talk about some of those next steps. And one of the things that I do really want to take a moment to acknowledge is the amplification of the student voice that we heard not just today, but historically throughout this process. Our students have sought their own agency in being able to work alongside us and help us to determine how we can really support the mental health services. And what we've always said, the services undergird the academic and instructional goals and priorities that we have for our district. And so today you'll see us make a link between that, our partnerships with DHHS. In the audience, we have Ms. Kristen Anderson, who's here and can certainly come to the table to speak to some of those collaborative things that we have in place. And so without further ado, I will turn it over to Mr. Montiolani to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Rubin and Dr. McKnight and President Silvestri, Vice President Evan, members of the board. Could we go to the next slide, please? So this presentation really is directly aligned, we believe, to the board's priorities of building a safe and inclusive school environment. But we also see this work as fundamental, as Ms. Rubin alluded to improving math and literacy skills, right? We know that if students are not well, they are not ready to learn. But we also believe that the work that we are doing is tied specifically, and I guess we could go to the next slide, I'm sorry, is tied as well to how we engage with our communities, right? So when we are doing our work well to understand the needs of our students and talking to our parents and identifying the needs that they're bringing to us, and we're transparent with how we do this work, and then we report out on what that work looks like and engage in that collaborative cycle, that does open up two-way communication and rebuild trust with our community. So we do see this work aligned to a number of strategic priorities. Next slide, please. So as we go through, this discussion today, I just want to provide, that we are working in a broad area, right? There is a lot to well-being, mental health, restorative justice, addressing bullying, harassment, all the wellness infrastructure that we put into place. But today, for the purpose of this presentation, we will zero in on clarifying and those expectations that we have, as well as defining the student behaviors. We will speak to some of our key commitments to addressing bullying and harassment and hate bias. We'll rise up the role that restorative justice plays in all of this. And then we do want to come back, because we came to you on September 8th and shared all the work that we were going to embark upon first semester. So we want to come back to you and give you an update on where that is and where that work is headed strategically as we even think about the next school year. And there will be data, right, and measures, things included throughout this, so you can see how we're assessing our impact. Next slide, please. I do also just want to share that if there aren't things that are actually brought forward through the immediate course of the presentation, we did provide an appendices with a number of data points and information there. We're happy to address any of that afterward. Over the last couple months, we have had really the pleasure of engaging a number of key stakeholders and community leaders. And specifically, we've done a lot of close work with our partners in Identity, NAACP, Black and Brown Coalition, as well as our high school principals around these issues of bullying, harassment, and hate bias. And as Ms. Rubin said, we know that we are witnessing acute, right, instances of these things, and that we see them come across our inboxes and we see them all too often on the news. We believe it's important to engage with our stakeholders. We are currently doing, as we speak, as Ms. Rubin said, student focus groups through 4 different high schools. Ms. Shella Cherry's office is engaging with student voice on this issue, as well as the Office of Safety and Security. Through these conversations, I really wanted to hit upon some of our key commitments here. We really have some things that we have in place that we have always had as a district, that we believe in and that we are committed to doing. And so these do include reestablishing the trust and the open lines of communication, communicating through these district channels so that all of our community members know exactly where we stand on bullying, harassment, and hate bias, and what we do about it when things are reported. We understand that we need to message with all of our stakeholders, and we need to do this through a culturally proficient lens. And so as the anti-racist audit findings speak specifically to this work, and one thing that we certainly have heard is that while we may have easy reporting mechanisms and we may have this information out there, the truth is that some in our communities, and specifically our communities of color, don't always feel welcome, confident, or safe in reporting these, and that we have to do a better job of opening up those channels of communication and ensuring that when these things do occur, that our community understands what to expect from us. Next slide, please. So we're just going to get into some of our really level setting the playing field, if you will, on what our commitments are and our expectations are from this board and our superintendent and our district, and then get into some of the defining behaviors. So if we could go to the next slide. So first, I do want to just really state for those here at the table and those in our listening audience about policy ACA, non-discrimination, equity, and cultural proficiency. And this policy affirms the board's deep commitment to providing every student equitable access to educational opportunities to maximize student academic success and their physical, psychological, and social emotional well-being. And we expect students' experience to be free of any type of incidents or discrimination that's based on any of the following characteristics, and that is race, ethnicity, color, ancestry, national origin, religion, immigration status, sex, gender, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, family, parental status, marital status, age, physical or mental disability, poverty, and socioeconomic status, as well as language and any other legally or constitutionally protected attributes or affiliations. And I wanted to put that out there because this is expansive, but it's significant within our community. And then with policy JHF, bullying, harassment, and intimidation, this again affirms the board's expectation that all students have a right to be free of bullying, harassment, and intimidation, and that we prohibit such behavior, and that we establish framework to ensure we have effective procedures to maintain a relationship-focused, welcoming, supportive environment. So these are the policies and the beliefs and the commitments that undergird our work. Next slide, please. So through the stakeholder engagement and really through some of the work that we've done in analyzing the anti-racist audit and speaking with stakeholders, we really believe that it's important for us to clarify and define what these behaviors are that we're dealing with. And the first is bullying. Bullying is any type of verbal, physical, social, or cyber demeaning behavior that's unwanted. It involves a real or perceived power balance. This behavior is repeated over time. And I think some of the key pieces here to consider when we're talking about bullying is that imbalance of power and the repeated behavior. So we move on to harassment. Harassment can include sexual harassment, sexual misconduct. And this includes actual or perceived, and that's a key word there, perceived negative actions that offend, ridicule, or demean another student with regard to any of the identifying factors or characteristics I mentioned before without repeating them. But this is the race, ethnicity, color, ancestry, so on and so forth. Intimidation, any communication or action directed against another student that threatens or induces a sense of fear or inferiority. And retaliation may be considered a form of intimidation. And of course, hate bias is any form of bullying and harassment based on any of those aforementioned characteristics. And it's significant that we really parcel these out, because as we've engaged with folks, sometimes there's a conflation of these different behaviors, and MCPS has different ways to address each. And finally, interpersonal conflict. And this is interpersonal conflict that can raise to the level of physical conflict, but it involves two or more people. It may be mild, may be severe, but typically there is an equal level of power involved in interpersonal conflict. Next slide, please. So we're going to get into really looking at when these behaviors do occur, how does MCPS address them? And we address them through a variety of ways, including our reporting mechanisms and the investigations. But beyond that, I think the proactive long-term work that we intend to do is to create these to cultivate environments of respect, inclusion, empathy, and cultural proficiency, really so that these behaviors don't occur. Next slide, please. So without going through this exact flow chart, we did think it was important to have it out there in the public so folks could see what happens. But I will summarize this without reading it verbatim. Anybody can report an allegation of bullying or hate bias. And when a form is not submitted by a parent or a student, the staff member has an obligation to fill out that form for them. So it's reported. Immediately, administration should go into ensuring that supportive measures such as a safety plan are put into place to separate the students, to change schedules if need be, to provide additional security or lookouts for students that have been victims of bullying, and work with the family to ensure that that's in place. An investigation will occur. We will provide feedback ongoing to the parents that are involved so that we are clearly communicating with them in real time. If we need to do a behavior threat assessment, that would come into play, and we would bring in our psychologists and our team of professionals to do that. We then would go into any disciplinary consequence if appropriate, and then communicate outcomes with confidentiality. I think it is important. Sometimes we've heard from our parent community, well, I reported this. I don't know exactly what the penalty was on the student that allegedly did this. And so we have to be clear that these are matters of confidentiality for students. And while we can ensure the safety of those that are victims, we don't report out on individual students' discipline to other parents. regardless of all these things that we have in place, again, we need to commit to ensuring that everybody in our community knows these, understands how to access them, and feels safe and comfortable in reporting. If you go into the next slide, please. So how are we making people aware of really the issue of bullying and hate bias and harassment? We have a number of counseling and classroom lessons that our counselors engage in, and they plug into schools every year as part of their counseling curriculum and as part of the counseling calendar. We have our Culture of Respect training module for students that was produced several years ago. And then we have this easy ways to report document in both English and Spanish, which is on the website and also included here. And we consistently partner with our external collaboration with folks at HHS, the State's Attorney's Office, University of Maryland, and places such as this. I do want to also highlight, and I think it's really significant, I don't know if folks have their phones available, but as we've communicated to the public, our students helped develop over the course of the last couple of years this app, MCPS Stronger Student. If folks out there in the listening audience wanted to go to their app finder and download it now and search for MCPS Stronger Student, you would have it at your disposal. And this app really allows any student to have on their phone, where we know they can access these materials easily, emergency and crisis contact information such as 988, mental health resources, links to file these confidential reports, as well as all the information they need about student rights information. The other piece I would say in terms of communicating these out, our office this year started sending bi-monthly a well-being student services newsletter directly to students' inboxes, into their Canvas box, right? So every single student, we've heard, last year, I remember sitting at this board table and hearing from students, you send emails to our parents, you put things on Things to Know, we don't get anything. And I have 2 children in this system, high school kids, they don't check their school email regularly. So in order to get this right in front of students where we know they have to log in, they have to access their assignments, we put this newsletter. And we've gotten about 5,000 hits. I should say it only goes to secondary students. And through the course of this newsletter, we've been able to solicit students who have interest in being part of a well-being advisory team, and we've been meeting with that team for several months to get input on our work. So these are just some of the ways that we are addressing these issues head on, trying to communicate these pieces, and then we will also speak to some of this certainly through the discussion. But I'd like to hand it over to Ms. Duranby, Director of Student Engagement, Behavioral Health, and Academics, to really zero in on restorative justice.
Thank you. So earlier today, you heard a number of stakeholders testify about a range of crucial topics, needs, and concerns. And while the topics were different, many of them had similar threads, highlighting the importance of building relationships, coming together to solve challenges that impact all of us, creating cultures of respect and accountability, and building inclusive communities. At the heart of it, we believe this is exactly what restorative approaches are all about. Next slide, please. Often when we speak about topics such as bullying and harassment, hate bias, and even interpersonal conflict, the focus can unevenly shift to what is being done as a response. Yet we know that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. In MCPS, we aim that 80 to 90% of our restorative justice work is in the proactive building of school cultures focused on prevention. Next slide, please. Today, I'd want to highlight 2 specific ways that could look. And it sounds nebulous sometimes when we're talking about philosophies or theories, when people want to hear about programming, right? So what does that look like? I'm going to highlight a specific program called La Cultura Cura. It really translates to mean culture is the cure. A few years ago, this was a culturally relevant training and process that specific staff engaged in and continue to engage in. These include our newcomer specialists, our emergent multilingual therapeutic counselors, our school-based EML counselors, our METS teachers, and some of our parent community coordinators. Once they engage in this process, they're then able to work with groups of newcomer students and groups of our EML students who might be going through the acculturation process. Students and families may have experienced trauma or maybe simply challenged by making connections within their schools, their homes, and in their communities. This is one of the ways that restorative approaches shows up. It's not through one division or one segment of MCPS. It should be threaded throughout our multiple departments and divisions in order to best serve students and our families. Another highlight includes co-creating classroom environments. Co-creation of spaces is one of the concepts that our restorative justice specialists work specifically with schools about. And it sounds simple in theory, right? That if we are in a space together, it is all of ours. We talk about the concept of sharing power, concepts of adultism, and concepts of how making shared expectations, shared values, and decision-making that affect all of us, not just students and not just from the lens of the teacher, can change the culture within the classroom. Next slide, please. More specifically, I want to take a moment to share with you about some of the work of our specialists. So we know that last school year, we were served by 3 RJ specialists for the entire district of 210 schools. So each one had the responsibility of about 70 schools. As Ms. Rubin said earlier, there was a great deal of advocacy from our students, from our community members, and support from our Board of Education members in order to increase that support at the local level to schools. We now have 9 specialists who serve our system. As of January this year, I want to point out to you some of the work that they've done. And this is data up until about January 19th. So in addition to raising up the RJ Student Peer Group, which is a county-wide student club or group that meets monthly, in addition to serving as the trainers and the leaders of the RJ PLC, which trains our 66 secondary coaches and 136 elementary school coaches, RJ coaches do respond to calls of service to schools. So schools that have received direct services from July to January include 103 of our schools with almost 1,100 calls for service. What does that look like? 29% of the time, schools are asking for support with consultation, planning, or modeling. So working within their school improvement plan, creating plans for next steps on how to support students and staff and community, modeling strategies directly within the classroom at the micro level. That includes, of course, we would know this one to show up, professional development. 20% of what our RJ folks do within schools is going to be PD or professional development. That does include some responsive actions. Again, while most of our actions are proactive and preventative, you do see some response there. So mediation or response to an event when something's happened, that's about 7% of the time. And often, but not always, when you see individual student support, that is often in response to something that might have happened or a request from a parent, a staff member, or a team member. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about how do we evaluate this, right? So to go forward, let's go back a little bit. In 2019, the Maryland State Assemblies created laws around restorative approaches being incorporated in Maryland schools. That was in May of 2019. This year, or this school year rather, in October of 2022, the Maryland State Department of Education developed a tool that had about 12 standards to evaluate the implementation of restorative approaches across school districts. We know that implementation takes many years, and there are standards that were outlined in order to support that. We then outlined those standards and aligned them with our strategic plan, as well as findings from the anti-racist system audit. We were able to then build that work up to be able to share with our coaches. Again, our 66 coaches in secondary that began last year, and our newest coaches, our 136 coaches that serve our elementary schools newly this year. In working with them and working through the rubrics and standards, they were able to develop teams to evaluate the state of restorative approaches within their own school communities. And so there's a timeline that they have from now until the end of March in order to do that. Of course, you know some of our schools were right on it, and we've had 87 schools already reporting as of January 31st. I'm sure that number's increased even more since then. Based on the reporting and the criteria, 9.2% of our schools do report that they are reactive. That means within those schools, there's minimal preventative measures happening and that are in place, and that's by their own self-report. Now, I know that seems like, wow, that's really terrible news, but you know what? When we know where to start, we know how to support, right? We know how we can get in there. So we know that those schools are going to have to be a priority for us going forward in the future. Most of our schools are in the early implementation stage. They do have some preventative measures in place, but there's definitely room to grow and more to go. 23% of our schools reporting are in the intermediate phase with proactive measures in place with moderate effectiveness, and 3.4% of our schools would consider themselves mature with significant measures in place with effectiveness. Our schools will then use this spring to look at each individual standard to be able to set goals for how to move the work forward as we then deepen our work in becoming a truly restorative school district. Next slide, please. So in the next segment of our presentation, we are going to talk about the wellness infrastructure. We're going to focus on some of the topics that we brought forth in September: student well-being teams, the Bridge to Wellness implementation, and data monitoring through MTSS. Next slide, please. When we came before you in September, we promised to come back and provide an update of the implementation of the comprehensive wellness infrastructure that we invested in. Since that time, there has been full implementation of student well-being teams, including high school social workers focused on wellness and the Bridge to Wellness programs. Student well-being team staff, as a reminder, includes school administration, counselors, pupil personnel workers, school psychologists, school social workers, sometimes our special education resource teachers, and often our DHHS staff as appropriate when collaborating with wellness centers or Bridge to Wellness. We're going to talk a little bit more about our multi-tiered system of support, MTSS. My colleague, Steve Neff, will bring that forward. And then our continued collaboration with Montgomery County Health and Human Services in order to support Bridge to Wellness and our work that has been raised up in the less than a year, in the last few months, that has moved so rapidly. Next slide, please. Before we go on to some of those numbers that we are just so proud to share, I want to talk to you about what this could look like in a very simple way. So without using any names, I want you to imagine a 16-year-old sophomore whose attendance has changed significantly. Her history teacher has taken the right steps and contacted her parents, but has also raised the concerns to her grade level counselor. After checking in with the student, the grade level counselor uncovered several concerns that required follow-up. The counselor then makes a referral to the student well-being team, the body that includes multiple support agents within the system. The well-being team discusses several things that have come forward: the student's anxiety, the student's mother's recent job loss, the student's worries about food and finances, and of course the student's attendance and engagement, which caused the referral to be implemented. The well-being team then refers the family to the Bridge to Wellness care manager. The care manager then coordinates with the family food and job resources in order to support. The student is referred to the social worker in order to engage in sessions specifically around anxiety. The PPW creates an attendance support plan, including the student, relevant staff members, and the family. Goals and checkpoints are recorded and tracked in MTSS for follow-up. Through this process, in-time intervention may prevent deeper withdrawal, deeper disengagement, and, of course, academic impact. This circumstance that I've described to you is not uncommon. It isn't. If you sat on any of our well-being teams, these conversations that occur with professionals about what are the best supports for students are happening on a daily basis. And if it's not a part of a process that you've ever been a part of, I would encourage you to
seek out to experience it for yourself. I think it's a very powerful process that if we had more time, I would certainly go more into it. Next slide, please. I'm sorry. I'm going to turn it over briefly to Dr. Kapunen to talk about what this might look like from her office's lens.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be sharing a case just to demonstrate how someone might present for services coming through like a physical health need. As you know, 5 of our high schools have comprehensive wellness centers, otherwise known as school-based wellness centers. These have more comprehensive physical health services provided by a nurse practitioner or a pediatrician, in addition to the health room staff that we have in all our schools. They also have the mental health component, and we talk about Bridges to Wellness and that implementation. It was that part of the comprehensive wellness centers that was replicated in the rest of the high school under the Bridges to Wellness implementation program. Within the 5 high schools that have the wellness center, physical health services and mental health services are already co-located. So one example is a child I was asked, or a student I was asked to see last year, a 10th grader with diabetes, who the school nurse was really worried about because they had not been doing well with their diabetes this year after being pretty well controlled in the 9th grade. He was spending a lot of time outside of school in the hospital because of his diabetes, and his numbers just weren't where they were. The nurse was also really worried that his mood was very low and wanted to know what was going on, so asked me to see him and talk to him and find out how we could help. It turns out this student, who we knew lived with his mother and grandmother, his grandmother had passed away that summer and had really been the glue that held their family together and was really responsible for taking him to appointments, knew what was going on with his diabetes, and with her loss, the family was just really struggling to reorganize their lives, and both the loss, not being in school, struggling with his diabetes. This was a kid who really cared about his grades. All of that was just a huge burden on him. So this was a case that came to us through the school nurse who was worried about his numbers. And luckily, in that established wellness center, we were able to connect him with mental health services, but that was not it. Going to the well-being team, we were able to connect him with academic supports through his counselor and a host of other services that could wrap around the family and help them during a difficult time. So not every school has a wellness center, but our health room staff, including our incredible school nurses and health techs, they often pick up on things that are going on with students through physical health symptoms and other reasons that they may present to the health room. So that's just a demonstration of the many ways that kids can come in to the system, identify themselves in a situation where a caring adult might refer them, as long as they know the landscape. And I think it's an also important thing to think about as we continue on this discussion of the role of physical health services and the possibility of expanding physical health services to other schools, and what that might look like in this larger wellness infrastructure. Back to you, Ms. Jaremby.
Thank you. We often get that question about the differences between Bridge to Wellness and a school-based health and wellness center. And a core difference is that a school-based health and wellness center is able to provide the health services in addition to the mental health and wellness services. I want to share with you some of the data we've collected so far. And this is really I'm going to try to do this clearly because I really have a lot of deep feelings around this. Our well-being social workers have existed for such a short time, but I think they've made a really big impact. The 40 of those social workers, all in effect since the summer of this year, this is the work that they have done. And so I want to talk about it just a little bit. So students referred for service, 2,604 referrals from student well-being teams. Of those referrals, 2,044 serviced by the social worker. Now, I want to be clear that that service looks different. For some students, it's merely a check-in. Might be once a week, might be daily. For other students, it's group sessions. So they might be in a group of 8 that come together around a certain topic. For others still, it might be one-on-one. Those are a little bit rarer, but they do happen as direct service from our social workers. We've had 444 of our students, of those 2,600 referrals, go to the Bridge to Wellness for service. And then 116, it says other. And that might mean no service or In more cases, it means private service. So we do connect students through their own insurance in order to be able to receive mental health and wellness services as well. The students that we serve, I think it would interest everyone to know that the highest population that we see are ninth graders. So those transitioning years seem to be important. And I don't want to make any connection yet, but there's other data around student behavior intervention that talks about those transitioning years as focus years as well. But something to think about in the future. The students we see the least of course, of our 11th and 12th grade students. For our school-based services from our social workers, we tend to see more students who identify as male than female. And our top 6 reasons for service, in exact order, they're in ranked order, are signs of depression, family conflict, history of trauma, emotional dysregulation, and classroom disruption. When we did our well-being survey for students last spring, with over 61,000 students reporting, some of their top issues were stress and anxiety, family conflict, and communication. And I think it does say something to see that some of those same things that students reported as their top need are reported in the servicing of what's being serviced. So seeing family conflict there is number 3, and matching that up to what students said they needed, I'm mollified that there is some service that students determine a need that we are servicing in some way. Who is being seen is also really important. We talked extensively last spring about our hiring process and the importance for hiring for diversity, linguistic diversity, diversity in terms of ethnic representation, in terms of gender representation. That was really important to us. We wanted our students to be able to feel like they could connect and access. So I'm really proud to share the percentage of our students that are being seen by a social worker include over 41% of our students that are being seen are Hispanic or Latino. Over 27% of our students that are being seen are African American or Black, about 8% being Asian or Pacific Islander, about 4 or 5% 2 or more races, and about 16% being white or Caucasian students. Next slide, please. I want to also share with you the data that's coming out from Bridge to Wellness. So they've received in total 493 referrals, including self-referrals. That's important to note that students can self-refer for services. 444 of those referrals have been from the student well-being team, and their top topics are similar to those of social workers. The order has changed. So again, these are in ranked order. They differ a little bit in where they fall. So for social workers, the number 1 thing is anxiety. That's about number 5 for Bridge to Wellness. Also, it differs in terms of the gender of students that are being seen. We have more girls that are being served by Bridge to Wellness than by our social workers. So that's interesting how that falls out. But still, in terms of grade level, our transitioning grades, 9th grade, being the highest percentage of students that are being seen, with 11th and 12th grade being the lowest. Again, in terms of diversity of who is being served, you can see a big chunk of that pie. Our Hispanic and Latino students are being served by Bridge to Wellness. About 21% of our African American students are being seen by Bridge to Wellness. So similar, some differences, but there's a similarity there in terms of who is being seen in terms of the profile of our students. Next slide, please. At this time, I'd like to just thank you for your kind attention to this, and I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Steve Neff, our Director of Pupil Personnel Services, to talk with you a little bit more about student well-being teams and how we measure their impact.
So thank you. So good afternoon. As Mr. Anby said, we are always asking ourselves in our office, how do we monitor and evaluate the work we do? Because we want to know, is it working and should we continue? And the challenge sometimes is the outcomes that we work towards are not always quantifiable. Sometimes it's things that don't happen as a result of the work that we do versus things that do happen. And the other thing is, a lot of times the work that we do has impact and outcomes that happen far down the road. So multiple interventions, multiple staff members saying the same things and doing the same work with the student, and then at some point in the future it clicks. Nonetheless, we still hold ourselves accountable to trying to measure the work we do as best we can. So as a reminder to the board members and to new board members, MTSS stands for Multi-Tiered System of Supports. It's a framework through which we provide tiered and targeted support for students who are struggling. And what the platform in Synergy allows us to do is what we haven't been able to do in MCPS before, which is at a system level, being able to monitor and evaluate the interventions that we put into place for students to address social, emotional, behavioral issues, which also include attendance. So we talked to you about what our plans were back in September. In collaboration with our colleagues in the Department of Digital Innovation, we've built the MTSS platform in Synergy, and in October, November, and December, we trained over 1,400 school-based student well-being team members, representing each of the 210 schools. We've trained over 300 school counselors, nearly 70 school psychologists, nearly 50 PPWs, and 25 social workers, and again, representing all of our schools. The training that we did in the fall allowed the staff members to work within the technical tool and in a practice format. And our goals were for the participants to receive an overview of what the tool and what it could do and how it related directly to the work of the student well-being team. It gave them a chance just to practice in a practice situation, entering data. How do we refer students to the student well-being team? How do we document and monitor interventions when an MTSS intervention is appropriate? And then just progress monitoring, because again, that's where we've been lacking in the past, is the ability to monitor progress systemically and then be able to evaluate at the end, did the intervention work and how well did it work? The training that we received was very positive. Over 82% felt like the training was highly effective and effective, and about 14% of the people gave us neutral feedback, and with that neutral feedback, they gave us quite a few excellent tips, such as they were satisfied with the technical components, but they wanted to see how does it connect to their work as the student well-being team. And so the student well-being team data that we have collected and will continue to collect, we continue to crosswalk that against other data points, whether it's discipline data or academic data, because we want to compare, how is the work that our student well-being team having an impact on student, either from a discipline or an academic standpoint. You can go to the next slide, please. So just a reminder, and Ms. Jarambi also talks about how new things are. The student well-being teams were new as of the spring of 2020, and they really evolved initially just because we went fully virtual, and we wanted to put together a team into place to reach out to and figure out what was going on with the students who weren't connecting in any way to our new virtual platform. And the work of that team has really grown, and the responsibilities have grown exponentially. And we just continue to learn a lot from those teams. Mr. Monteleone and I and several folks in our office go out to visit student well-being teams regularly, because we have a goal that we want to replicate some of the most innovative and best practices that we've seen. So in order to do that, the technical training that we did in the fall, it's going to lead into training around process, because that's what the participants told us in the fall. We just want to know how that works with the current iteration of our student well-being team. And so we are having a soft rollout of the MTSS platform for the second semester. And what that does is it enables schools to work within the platform and then provide us feedback on system upgrades so that we can update the tool itself, and we can make sure that we provide the professional learning and the support that they need to do full implementation for the second semester. We also have created a more specificity within the tool, because we know that in the areas that we're trying to measure, which are the identified learning gaps, the interventions implemented, and the intervention monitoring tools, by honing in on a finite numbers of those, that's where the evaluation comes. If we're trying to monitor the success of 50 interventions, we're not going to be able to do that. But we've narrowed it down to 10 or 12, and we will be able to, over the course of time, be able to say this targeted intervention for this learning gap, it has a level of success that we're satisfied with. We should continue to use and promote it. So we also will provide professional learning this summer that will be guidance around a student well-being team framework, and again, how it integrates with the platform, because we don't want teams to lose all of the great work and all of the great tools that they're doing and they've invented within their own student well-being teams. So we're going to provide them with scenarios and ask them to talk as school teams how they would work, much like you heard from Mr. Ramby and Dr. Kapunen, how you would work through the student well-being team and the MTSS process in order to best support students and families. We also, our colleagues in DDI are going to create Canvas courses that team members can go back just if they need refreshers around the technical parts of the tool. We have a implicit goal to reduce variance of the student well-being team implementation across schools. So we're developing an implementation guide or checklist. Just what are the steps, what are sort of the non-negotiable steps of a student well-being team in any of the 210 schools. We also are going to develop an observational tool so that when central services staff members go out to schools, they can have a tool that will give them an idea of what are some of the critical look-fors that they should be looking to see and report back to colleagues at central office and back to the schools that they're observing. So in anticipation of our full implementation of the MTSS platform at the beginning of next school year, we are in the process of developing that professional learning that will be followed by drop-in sessions for support, opportunities for schools to observe and shadow other schools in their student well-being team. And I just wanted to make sure that I was clear that that professional learning is being developed by a team of actual, cross-office folks, including many school-based student well-being team members, including administrators, because we know we don't want to develop something centrally without their input. So at this point in time, I will turn it back to Ms. Silvestri and the board members for further discussion.
Thank you. I'm going to start on my right this time, and I'll start one question to give people time to gather their thoughts. So bullying is a concern for all of us, board members, parents, community. If I am a parent and I suspect that, as you defined, what bullying is, that something is happening to my child that needs attention, how do I know what process to take? I guess I would bring it up to the teacher or bring it up to the principal. And how do you use that data? I think you're going, or how are you going to use that data to deploy resources to schools? So if you're seeing patterns of bullying or other serious incidents, how are you able to use your data, which you already track, this is an improved system, to deploy resources so that the school can receive the support that they need to address?
So I'll start off with that and then maybe be able to pass it over to Mr. Ramby there. But so we, over the course of last year, again, partnering with technology innovation, we developed a serious incidents dashboard that allowed us to see these incidents from a district level, as well as to see the dispositions that are used. And so is
MTSS.
Yes, so there is a serious incident dashboard that provides snapshot data for all schools, and this is for central office leaders. There's also a security level view, and then the principals have their own view as well. But we can see by school, right, and by grade level, we can even see where these incidents are happening, right? So we can see, whether it's a fight or bullying, harassment, or a medical emergency, and then you can see where in the building it's happening and what time of day. So we've been working through this year through our joint collaboration with the school directors Our team, the Wellbeing Student Services Directors, we meet with them bi-weekly. And one of the first things that we brought to them in the beginning of the year was getting them up to speed on how they can use the data, right? Whether it is serious incident data, bullying, harassment data, and the disposition data too, because you can see who is using restorative justice for like disrespect versus who is suspending for disrespect. And then we use that data in coordination with the directors, who then can be armed with that data and a series of guiding questions to go in and speak with their principals about what they're seeing. And then we also partner with the restorative justice team so that they can go in and work on not just resolving or restoring the actual incident, but addressing perhaps the root causes in the climate that may have caused it.
Right, and most incidents, I want to share this, are resolved at the school level, right? So I know this question comes up, the local RJ coaches that are stipended at each school, they're not a full-time position. There are stipended hours that a staff member within the school might receive to be able to do that work. So they might have after-school mediation, they might have circles. We also have our staff, including our counselors, our social workers that work in that. A lot of the times when RJ will respond, it will be because of, just as you said, Ms. Silvestri, there might be a pattern within the culture of the school, right? It might not be an individual instance that happened. Other times it might be at the request of the principal, the director, or believe it or not, we get requests from parents as well. And so that's another way that we respond. It's more effective in working with the culture and the climate of the school in the prevention than in the doing after. One of the things that we are working on recently with parents is really understanding the nature of conflict. And we acknowledge that we have more work to do with parents. If you look at the numbers above, you'll see that 3% of our engagements are with parents. And that's something that we would like to increase. With our RJ coaches, when they report upon their self-surveys, of the 4 areas that we ask them to track, the one area that they find that they have the most difficult time in is in engaging our parents. So we do know that it's an area that we have to address if we want to be fully restorative, because it includes the entire community. One of the things that we're working on is helping parents to understand the difference between behavior that is rude, behavior that is mean, behavior that is conflict, and behavior that is bullying, in order to make sure that we're applying the best strategy and the best approach for addressing that behavior, knowing that our students are still learning, knowing that our students are still require more of us than to be set aside, and then expecting that problem to just be fixed. So it is complex, but we're definitely looking at it as a system and then working with schools on how to address it both locally and centrally. So I don't know if that helps.
May I just, I also wanted to address it from a systemic standpoint, because we do know that there is a level of underreporting that we have heard from communities, and I feel like it's important to just acknowledge that. And bullying from the standpoint of not just the student standpoint, but we have heard from a segment of our community where parents feel like there is a level of intimidation and bullying. And so to address that, we do have a group that we formed just this year that is hyper-focused on that. And to your question about the resources, this hands-on. So with the particular school that we're in right now, we formulated a team that's made up from not only the school side, but also student services, where it's a collaboration, and we determine what the support that particular school needs, and that's the support that they're getting. So it's broad-based, and we've heard clearly that the issue is global, and so addressing it from that standpoint as well.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Ms. Yang.
Thank you so much for being here. My questions will be related to the wellness and mental health area. I know that this is a new area of service, and so we need time to build on that. Okay, so the data that you have captured, what is the time frame of this data that you capture?
That's a wonderful question. This is data tracked from July 1st to January 19 at 3:45.
All right, very exact. So it's about a little bit over, like the first semester kind of data. Okay, so then thank you for that. Now, for us understanding and for the people who are watching, we want to understand the age of consent. If services are providing, how is that handled in our schools?
So consent is complex in terms of it's an area that's in transition right now as there's been recent legal changes around consent. So I'm going to share with you two windows around that. I'm going to have my social worker supervisor, Stephanie Wallace, come up to talk about it from her lens, and she might even touch on counselors. And then Hope McGuire is going to come and talk about that from the perspective of our contracted providers that might work with us through the Bridge to Wellness.
Yang, but what is the underlying concern?
The underlying is, so in our schools that have wellness centers or bridges to wellness centers, how are social workers being utilized? Because if we have a question about consent, what services can we provide? And also for parents to understand that what we are doing in our schools.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that so you can target the response to that.
So we'll start local. Local first. Good afternoon, thank you. So for right now, although the state has identified 12 as the age of consent in Maryland, MCPS is doing everything we can to communicate with parents to obtain parental consent and working with students. We do provide options for students to come in for drop-in support and any crisis needed or crisis-related supports that are necessary. So all MCPS employed social workers have office hours at a minimum of 1 period a day for students to come in and receive drop-in services, as similar to what our counselors have. And after a student shows, frequency of a minimum of 3 times of coming to that social worker, then the social worker will reach out to the parent to obtain consent, as well as bring that student up at the well-being team to have a coordinated effort of supporting the student.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
Thank you for that. That answered my question.
12 years old is self-consent.
Okay.
So every child is able to receive services. 12 years old would be self-consent without parents.
So I have questions about bridges to wellness, but first let's clarify how many bridges to wellness centers we have in the system.
Well, first of all, it's great to be with you all. I want to introduce myself first. My name is Hope McGuire. I'm the program manager that's in student engagement, behavioral health, and academics that is the liaison to Bridge to Wellness from the MCPS side. And I have my partner behind me from DHHS as well. There are 19 Bridge to Wellness sites. Okay. So all of the high schools that do not have wellness centers have Bridge to Wellness.
And each is equipped with 1 social worker.
No, so for Bridge to Wellness, they have 3 full-time positions. One of them is a care manager, a youth development specialist, and they either have a mental health therapist or specialist.
Okay.
Presently, therapists, if you're a licensed specialist, because a lot of them are getting their licenses at this time.
Okay. So this morning, we have, and even this morning, we have heard students testified that they need to be more aware of the services that's being offered. If I look at this first semester data, that there are 49 self-referral from our 19 Bridges to Wellness Center. So I know the need is great out there. So what are we doing to make these services visible for our students?
Thank you for that question. So the great part about this is, as we talked about implementation, a lot of our Bridge to Wellness just started at the end of August. So we started some staff. We are just now hitting 93% staffing across all 19 of our sites. So in that time, those self-referrals, what they've been doing is having student open houses. We have a flyer that was created by DHHS that has been given out to staff through Student Canvas. They are also doing lunch drop-ins to highlight the wellness center, the Bridge to Wellness sites. Each one has a conference room, so a lot of the kids are now utilizing that to come in for lunch, but then to also find out what are they offering for them. And so our care managers and our youth development specialists are also saying, here's a consent form. Take this home, talk to your parents. We would love to have you in one of our groups. And so what we've been also doing is going around and making sure that they are collaborating with their social worker, but also any of the student clubs that are in the high schools to ensure that they are getting the word out from peer to peer as well, because we know students are your best advocate when it comes to supporting their peers.
And before I turn it over to Stephanie, I wanted to be clear that Bridge to Wellness provides our contracted services. Our social workers are MCPS staff. Our well-being social workers are MCPS staff. And there's been a number of initiatives that have been led in order to help students understand these new positions and these new roles, these new folks and spaces within their building. One of the ways that we onboarded social workers into the school was to also onboard the principal. So it started with introducing the social worker as a part of that team. The principal was required to send out a letter within 2 weeks to their community, introducing the social worker to their community, a little bit about their background, photos, what they look like, the purpose of them being there. Some of our social workers also made videos for our student morning shows and then had initiatives around Meet the Social Worker. Someone talked earlier about our local papers within our schools and our journalism clubs. A lot of our social workers have been featured as a featured staff member within that space. We've also showed up to a lot of engagement events, and we've required our social workers to participate in one parent engagement event each semester in order for the school community to become more familiar with them. Beyond that, we do a little bit of on-the-ground local work in terms of encouraging our social workers to become a whole part of the school. It's not known to many that some of our social workers come from industries outside of schooling, so hospital, Veterans Affairs, things like that. So even things like being in the hallway so that you are seen and visible, showing up to lunches, common practices that we use within the school building to acclimate our students to a social worker. In spite of all of that, I don't believe that our students will ever know our social workers as well as they might a grade level counselor that services that entire grade level, or as well as a teacher that they might see for a particular content, because they are services that are utilized as needed. Right? And I would say, Michelle Palmer's not here, or Dr. Connolly to speak for psychs, but I would say the same. A school psychologist has a very specified role within a school, and it is not common for students to know who their school psychologists are because of the percentage of students that would utilize that service.
So earlier, when our team first started talking, some examples and scenarios were provided. So I want to be able to just share some scenarios with you. Earlier today, I received a text from the MCPS school social worker at Woon High School. And every Wednesday, or even, today's not Wednesday, so during the week, they have weekly drop-in, like wellness drop-in events. And so I saw a picture of several students doing downward dog, and they had yoga, and it was in collaboration with the Bridge to Wellness team and the social workers. So they have these open drop-in sessions. Same thing with Richard Montgomery. Right before winter break, I was there and made stress balls with the social worker and the Bridge to Wellness staff right there in the open commons area. So students, were able to come by. They had a chance to know who's this team, along with the counseling team as well. Who are these folks that are making these stress balls, and the students had an opportunity to do that. I also encourage social workers to have regular meetings with their administrators in their school, and whether it is through their instructional leadership team or separate meetings that are scheduled, so they can be able to identify the needs that are in the schools, as well as to be able to help support on a macro level and not just that micro student support.
Does that answer your question, Ms. Yang?
Yeah.
Yes, that have. Just one last note. Our school websites should have the information of school psychologists and school, the social worker that oversee that schools, which that, this is a new program, but that is one area we can help to make it more visible to the community, especially the parents. Thank you.
Ms. Yang, some board members have to leave at 4:30, so I'm going to just continue with the questioning, and then we'll come back if you have additional. Ms. Wolf.
Thank you for the presentation. It's very enlightening. I have a question, though. As we heard from several of our students, something we always hear, which Ms. Yang was talking about, that they don't know who to see. But I thought Mr. Monteleone said that he does a newsletter that goes to their Canvas account. So I'm trying to figure out the disconnect there. I don't know if you all have been able to figure it out.
Thank you. And this continues to certainly be a challenge, right? And I think one of the things that, as we've seen, we've deployed all these resources and we've deployed a lot of people and partnered with HHS to bring these services. And only over the last 5 months, really. And so now it is our job exactly to coordinate these and to be clear on that coordination with our students. And that is what that student newsletter is an attempt to do. I think some of the things that we've heard here, as I have my principal lens, and this is food for thought for me as we continue to partner with the other associates and school directors, is really making this part of the opening presentations and the opening conversations with students, right? So at the beginning of the year, every school does an assembly or grade level assemblies, or the administrators plug into classrooms. What I have to take on as my responsibility is to decrease the variability of how we communicate. And one of the things that we've just talked about internally as we've assessed this, Ms. Wolf, is we need to put out some like common slides, right? And we need to put out some things like when you meet with your student, when you have pre-service, when you do orientation, when you are communicating with your kids in the first week of school in homeroom, here is the information we want you to share. Here is what we need to be clear about. And so we realize as we've implemented, we are constantly learning, and we are in a constant plan, do, study, act process. So we have tried to operate globally, right, in those communication methods. And I think you may have heard here at the board table today that we do know that local communication and that community messaging from the principal and from leadership is really what's going to get to the community best. So we have to do a better job of preparing our principals to be able to do that, and that is certainly on my plate.
Okay, I noticed when I've gone into some of our buildings now, they have the strategic plan, the triangle that we use, and that's a strategy we got from California. Why is it that we can't do a poster that goes alongside of that, that's right there in the hall when you come in the door for people to see? It seems to me that's a very easy thing to do for the students to see. But I just have one question. That was a suggestion. And that is about, we had a RAND grant for restorative justice. I wanted to know what the status of that is. Didn't it require an evaluation, and do we have any sort of anything yet from them?
Yes, you have a great memory, Ms. Wolf. So, seems like a long time ago. The RAND grant has concluded, and they have completed the evaluation. Remember, there was a break because the grant actually was going through the time period of the pandemic in 2020. They did send over the preliminary findings, and I know that they were going to continue to refine that. Some of it really good for what Montgomery County being ahead, and then some room for improvement. Ms. Duranby took up the work, so do you want to add anything to that?
She doesn't have to tell me now. If I could get a copy of the draft, it would be much easier for me just to read it. I think we'd all be interested in seeing what they were suggesting as improvement, because I know we're kind of way behind now.
Absolutely.
And my last question is, I think I hear you saying yet that you don't have enough data to know what strategies have really been effective, right? And so we don't know how to scale up just yet because we don't know the effectiveness.
So one of the things that we have done in the past, we can track who we're seeing and why we're seeing them. What this tool in Synergy allows us to do, and we can provide this, I'd be happy to follow up. It allows us to see this is who we're seeing, this is why we're seeing them. Here is a drop-down list of interventions that we are employing and that we are utilizing a numeric-based scale to assess effectiveness of that intervention, and we can chart each student's progress, almost like a stock market chart over time, to see how that intervention, how impactful it was. So this is the beauty of this tool. We will be able to look systemically at that and be able to look at what is most effective for students at individual schools, and this is what we trained our staff on over the course of the first semester.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Madrowski, do you have a question?
So not so much a question as more of a comment, but I want to say thank you all again for the presentation and the work very informative memo, thorough, I should say. My question/comment is more along the lines of, one of our students today testified about not knowing, and we hear this, regularly, and as has been stated multiple times by multiple colleagues, if students, staff, people don't know what resources are available, then it doesn't really matter if we have them, if they're not sure how to use them. But we talk about doing a lot of different things, and I'm just curious as to, we've talked about what we've heard from students about a mental health day, where you mentioned assemblies. That's something I keep asking about. Do schools have assemblies at the beginning of the year where the staff, especially mental health staff, gets introduced to the student body, or?
Frankly, I'm not in school enough.
Oh, no, bad answer. No, just kidding.
I can speak to middle schools. Middle schools tend to, if we don't have an assembly, we call them town halls typically with your grade level. So you'll have grade level town halls, similar-ish. If they don't have town halls to start off the year, what they'll do is through each period, introduce a different topic. So one topic might be, what are the expectations for the hallway? Another topic might be, who do I turn to for help? So they might be introduced in smaller batches, and for schools that do town halls in larger batches.
Okay, there are things like, at one point we talked about putting together some bookmarkers or something that had, that students could keep, but had resources and names, and I think Ms. Dixon or someone at one point was made something as easy as like an easy button push, like, here's what I do. And I guess my question is as we're talking about things and reviewing them, when does the action part kind of kick in terms of putting a poster up, for example, or things like that? I know it's a constant process, but I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can as quickly as we can.
No, absolutely. And I think what we can commit to today is to really leveling a campaign. I think the team is prepared to do that, to really outline structures for schools across the district. I think we've spent a lot of time with the alignment, the coherence, the data, really making qualitative data quantifiable for the board. And now we need to get it to the students, because what we're hearing is, I'm not as aware as I could be. And I feel like that's something that we can have as a big push for our next step, and we can begin that immediately.
That would be great.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, absolutely, I'm jotting down notes, campaign, communications, marketing, but I just want to this work has been in motion. So I do want to say, we have started the newsletter, the app is out, the enhanced website, and if you go to the top of every single school's website today, where we used to put just the COVID information, we now have links to all of our wellness information on every school's website as well. And we're working with our student advisory group that we started this year on an Instagram account for all students that would be facilitated and fostered by the students themselves. So there are things in process. We can get better.
And I hope you didn't take the defensive.
No. I just want you to know.
I'm not trying to imply you all aren't doing anything or even trying to do enough. It's more just, I think sometimes interactive learning is better than just sending out a newsletter or whatever else, because kids get a lot and they have a lot on the plate. My only other question has to do with the what do you call it, telehealth aspect, and kind of like a little bit of an update / review on where things are with that and what that's looking like, because I know there are federal dollars that are also being considered in reference to supporting those programs if they're working. But if they're not, and if we're not able to do them with fidelity, then,
Yes, so let me give you an update. I have it here on our current contract. Okay. So this is for the current RFP that has been in place since 2018 with Jewish Social Services Agency through Minecraft, and we have a mid-year report, this mid-year report. So over the course of just this calendar year, we've had a 19% increase in referrals for our schools. We have 16 school sites, 240 slots available. We've seen a 6% increase in the overall improvement of how they assess students. It's called a PSC score, and our counselor happens to be at a conference right now out of state. Or else you could speak to the specificity of that. We've had 340 students served over the course of these 16 schools. And I think some of the data that they have been tracking through Jewish Social Services, 78% of the students demonstrated improved clinical outcomes as measured by the reduction of at least one need from their initial assessment. 76% of students achieved at least one treatment goal at the time of their discharge, and 88% of students demonstrated improvement on at least one of their treatment goals. So this is some of the data we have. Our current RFP, the MOU, is being worked out. Once that MOU is in place, we will then bring to scale the next round of, and it's not telehealth, I want to be clear on that, right? We put in, just to be clear, we put into the new RFP telehealth services as part of the RFP because it came about during the pandemic, and we wanted to make sure that we had that at our disposal. But what we are hearing from our practitioners and what we know from research is that face-to-face counseling and mental health service is the best. So that is what the priority is for our new contractors. We will be able to provide these services directly, direct student service, to 69 total schools as soon as that MOU is in place. And we have a preliminary identification of those schools based on a variety of measures.
And that's a different MOU than the one the contract we already voted on a couple months ago?
That is the one that you voted on a couple of months ago, right? So the one that I just spoke to with the data is the one that's been in place for 4 years, and we are able to assess those programs ongoing. The one that you voted on is the one that is in process with the MOU that we are about to bring forward.
Okay, so we'll see a different MOU separately from that so we can have a better understanding of what it is the services are being provided and how they're being provided. Great, thank you.
And if you could share that data, I don't remember seeing it in the memo, so if you could share that data.
Okay, absolutely.
Point us to where it is. In
Sure, gotcha. I got you. I'll get it to you.
Mrs. Evans.
Yes, how's that phrase go? We've come a long way, baby. Oh, my goodness. So, Mr. Neff, I appreciate you coming up here, and I was going to mention it, that we started the student well-being teams during the pandemic, right? Because of our students I won't reiterate what you said, but in thinking about the thought behind the student well-being teams to where we are right now, it's like, whoa, you all, I don't know when you sleep, but I do appreciate all the work and what we've, in that meantime, we've hired Dr. Capunin. I'm so happy that we have you. Just hearing you share the story and the work that you're doing in our schools is so impactful. And so we talked about how this is getting to our schools and how we're trying to get it to our students. Has there been any thought, or is it too much when you think about, so Ms. Rubin talked about how there is some lack of reporting due to people not believing that anything will be done. Is there a way through the Parent Academy or through like a video that we create to show parents like the steps that we're going through? I think that could be so impactful and so powerful for people to see like the intentionality behind what we're doing in the various categories to meet the needs of our students. And we talked about helping them with conflict, but I just think them seeing how we go through it step by step would be so helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. I would like to point to a recent example of us doing just that. Last week, we had the opportunity to go before Identity has a monthly meeting with their community. And so we partnered with Ms. Morales and her team to provide exactly this in Spanish to the entire Zoom room and answer questions and took questions and walked them through. The idea of a video is absolutely something that we had talked about and something that can travel, right? And then I want to just say that Mr. Everett Davis was part of that planning team, and his parent community coordinators were the folks who were leading this presentation in Spanish to the community. So this is, and we've been working with Identity really in lockstep on this particular type of parent outreach since probably December. So this was the first step. We plan on going back with other pieces as well that they have identified.
Very good, and never want to make the assumption that you all are not doing the work, because I know you are, but there's so many people that don't know what we're doing, right, and would assume that we're not doing it. So one other quick question, that observation tool that you said that we have, is that showing
schools all the different like case studies or just scenarios that they could possibly walk through that is that there to be able to, is that what you're using to be able to help the schools to figure out? I forget when you said that, I forget which page it was, when you talked about what some schools said that they need. Is that what you're doing in the observation tool?
Sure. So let me just be clear on that. So we built this tool, MTSS. We deployed all these resources to schools. They come together through the student well-being team. We see that student well-being team to be on par or equal to the instructional leadership team. So what does that mean? That means over the course of this semester, Ms. Evans, that we are going to develop, and we are developing, Mr. Neff and his team, really like a standard operating procedure or a handbook on best practices for student well-being teams, and essentially who you have at the table, how often they're there, what data you're looking at, when to use what intervention, how to utilize that tool. So this is part of the core of the professional development that we are utilizing, and I do want to say that part of that is the work with HHS and how we collaborate with them through Bridge to Wellness. And I know that, I think, is Ms. Anderson still here?
Yes.
Do you mind just standing just for a second? Sure. This is Ms. Anderson who helps us. She came all the way right from HHS and to support this work. And I just wanted to recognize her. Her team has been instrumental in helping us. And part of the student well-being team and what we're bringing forward is for schools to be able to understand that connection as well. So we're really pleased that we're going to bring this forward. But the observation tool is for us. We think you assess impact through quantifiable data that we'll get through MTSS and observing, right, what the schools are doing and having look-fors. Similar to that classroom observation that you match with the student performance data. It's the same type of model to assess impact.
Okay, it was the consultation planning modeling piece that I was talking about. But this also gets to what you're providing to schools, also gets to what Dr. McKnight has shared, and maybe I'm off a little bit, at the ANS meeting where you show like all the different things that administrators are saying this is what we need, and some of it is like just a clear message, or tell us the non-negotiables. Just let us know clearly what we need to do so that we can do that, right? So no, this is great. Thank you all for this work.
Ms. Harris, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to kind of contextualize my questions in kind of a layered way. And I really appreciated you, Mr. Monteleone. You started out by talking about what we talked about when we were sitting in this room on September 8th. I actually went back and rewatched some portions of that meeting just the other day. And I remember at the end of that, because you talked a great deal about sort of this very aspirational vision for sort of a very all the threads pulling together into a cloth of services that included trauma-informed practices in every school, and looking at our restorative justice work and the wellness centers and the bridges to wellness and the new LCSWs that we have, in all of this coming together and weaving all this together into a network of supports that would really not let anybody, staff or student, kind of fall through the cracks. And that, I think, is an amazing vision. It's exactly where we need to be and exactly what we need to do, and it values the work that everybody brings. Our community partners, our staff in our schools, people in central office supporting them, that's where we need to go. And so we're looking at different pieces of this. You talked about restorative justice, school-based wellness teams, the rollout of the MTSS through Synergy with the training, so people know how to use that tool as a way to collaborate and a way to really tighten up the work so that everybody knows what everybody else is doing and we can really monitor how effective we're being. And on kind of two things to raise, though, is we're seeing a lot of incidents in our schools. Substance use, violence issues, and some really stressed school administrators. And looking at what we're doing and how we are, we're still missing some pieces. And so how we can, and I think you hit on a lot, we talked a lot today about how a lot of things that happen in the schools don't start in the schools. They're simmering issues in community or family. And then the stress of it erupts in a school building. And so how we're more, can you talk a little bit within this about how we are coordinating our services? So we have our school-based staff, our MCPS staff, LCSWs and counselors and psychologists, and we've got our Bridges to Wellness and our Wellness Center staffs who are DHHS, and I read that memo with fine-tooth comb, and it was very informative to me because I did not realize that through DHHS staffs our Bridges to Wellness centers and our school-based wellness centers, but they're contracting out through our partners, Every Mind, Stratford Pratt, YMCA, and Identity. So we have all this reach, because we're using all of these partners, we have all this reach. And how are we really connecting everybody to everybody so that we can tighten up that web? And I'm particularly interested to hear you say, I think our positive youth development folks at DHHS are such a valuable part of this work because they're the ones that help with what's happening in the community and helping to keep us aware of what's happening in the community that might come into our school, and then hopefully help to diffuse it in the community before it does. How are we really embracing them also as a part of this team?
I actually would like Ms. Anderson and Ms. Wallace to come to the table. So you want to speak to that a little bit about Bridge to Wellness?
Here.
Hope McGuire.
And I want to say a special hi to my good friend Kristen, whom I've known for years.
Okay.
Yeah. So one of the things, I'm glad that you brought up positive youth development. One of the things that we're working on is that they will also be a part of Bridge to Wellness. They just actually closed their hiring posting for community service aides. So all 19 of our Bridge to Wellness sites will also have that extension of positive youth development support through School Outreach Network, SUN, that will allow them to have that. So they are starting that hiring process. One thing also is that Identity actually covers youth development specialists in 8 of those Bridge to Wellness sites. So they do some communication already with School Outreach Network to make sure that they have that community connection as well.
For Positive Youth Development School Outreach Network, so yes, the long-term vision is Bridge to Wellness is having them there 2 days a week. So they are providing ongoing groups for the Positive Youth Development School Outreach Network is doing that. It takes a little time to hire. It's a little slower for the county to hire than for our contractors to hire new staff. And so, but that is part of the funding that the county council provided for the Bridge to Wellness, so that this will be coming. They're in a few schools, but there will definitely be more who are coming.
Yeah, and I guess it is a little concerning, to me, that, the county council included the extra funding for the Bridges to Wellness at the start. So we've had it since the start of the fiscal, yet we're still not staffed. So I know it's a process, as you mentioned.
So definitely the Bridge to Wellness component is staffed, it's about 96% staffed now. And so, yes, the contractor portion of it, yes, was hired pretty quickly. It's just, county takes a little while to hire.
In terms of the community, the wraparound supports and making sure that we're communicating between the school and also community, the school social workers that are at the schools that have Bridge to Wellness have a minimum of 2 times a month that they're meeting with the Bridge to Wellness staff. And since the school social workers are a regular member of the well-being team, they're able to bring that information back and forth between the Bridge to Wellness team and then back to the well-being team. I've observed several social workers in their meetings, and they're staffed with agendas and student updates, and they also have a spreadsheet that is shared between both the Bridge to Wellness team and the social workers, so they can be able to see in real time the referral status as well as any barriers that the Bridge to Wellness staff have been experiencing in communicating with students and parents, and then the school team is able to provide those supports needed for Bridge to Wellness to effectively provide services.
And then one additional piece, we also are doing shared learning. So in October, we had our first shared learning between the well-being social workers and the Bridge to Wellness staff. And we will be hosting another one at the end of this month for them to continue their shared learning. The great thing is everyone is 12 months. So not only are we looking now at what we can do for second semester, but we're already starting our plans for what we're doing for the 23-24 school year.
Okay, that's good. And while I have you all here, another question I had, just since the age of consent for healthcare in Maryland is 12. Why are we requiring any student above the age of 12 to provide any kind of consent? To get a consent form? The age of consent is 12, so why are we, they mentioned multiple times, we give them a consent form, say take it home. Why are we even doing that?
It's the age of consent for mental health services with a licensed clinician. And so in Bridge to Wellness, only one member of that team is a licensed mental health clinician. A care manager is not a licensed mental health clinician, and a youth development specialist is not a licensed mental health clinician. So that age of consent does not apply to them because it only applies to this very specific niche. So for those services, because they are not MCPS employees, we do get parent guardian consent for ongoing youth development services and for care management services.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question I have goes, I think, directly to slide 15 with the RJ piece. Maybe this would go to Ms. Joranby. Sorry, like musical chairs here today. So you all mentioned that there's restorative justice district school evaluation, and so far, as of January 31st, 87 of our 210 schools have reported into you, and you gave their kind of how they're measuring on this state-required instrument to look at our restorative practices. So when you look at how these 87 schools self-reported and how they came out on this tool, and then you look at, controlling for enrollment at those schools, those 87 schools, and you look at incident data, are you seeing any kind of association between how well a school is doing on the implementation of restorative justice and its incident data?
So it's state-recommended tool, not required, but we're very happy to engage with that. I think it's too soon to tell. Okay. I will say there are outliers that we've noted right off the bat, right? A school with a really high score, but the discipline data that doesn't match. And so one of the interesting things for me to do was to make sure we track them standards by standards, because you can have a strong framework and a weak intervention method. So the standards matter. There are 4 categories. And so you can score strongly on 3 of those and not well on 1. And so we know that there's places to look at that as a system by individual standards as well as the overall. For the most part, though, most are aligned. Schools with that intermediate implementation, those 23% of schools, are doing very well when we're talking about behavior intervention, school culture, climate, et cetera. I think the places that we have to focus in most are on the outlying ends. So the schools that are reporting reactive, and even the schools that are reporting mature, to take a look at where are the gaps in where they could improve since they've come so far. One thing that I want to remind the board of is there's a variability in schools depending on their exposure to restorative justice in terms of the micro work. So we know that some schools were RAND research-based schools that may have gotten more service than others. I believe those were 46 schools. We know that some schools were pilot schools that got more service than others. So that variability, some of it has to do with many factors, but experience and exposure is also one of them. So there are lots of things to consider as this data starts to roll in.
Okay, thank you. And at a later date, because I know we're running out of time, we talked a lot about high schools today, but I think a lot of our concerns are at middle school. So, yeah.
Mr. Kim?
Thank you. I'll start with the easiest one. It sounds like, all the wellness centers are yet to be fully staffed, but correct me if I'm wrong, they're all operational? Great, thank you. Next, I wanted to ask about that piece of counseling and classroom lessons around addressing instances of bullying and hate bias. So kind of what resources are available? The work of elementary school counselors is different from middle school and high school counselors. So I'm wondering what resources are available for that in specific, for that social emotional teaching for elementary school counselors.
What resources are available? So they have a body of lessons, right, that are age appropriate, where they plug into each of the classrooms to basically share information about conflict or bullying or mental health or whatever it may be. There's also, it's a whole other different topic, but many of our elementary schools have been really leaning into Nearpod, which is a social emotional learning lesson that many of our schools use. And then where Leader in Me has had some of the greatest traction has been with our elementary schools and our younger learners. There's also another program that some of the elementary schools use called Second Steps. So we have like internally designed lessons as well as lessons that we contract out for to plug into these classrooms.
Great, thank you so much. That was super informative. So then, I don't want to harp on the same chord too much, but you know, there's certainly a discussion to be had about how to best communicate, you know, these resources that they exist, how to access them, and when to access them to students, and you know that the infrastructure that already exists, the new app, the newsletter, is certainly valuable, but you know, it can be the most informative, eloquently written newsletter, but if it's not reaching students, there's certainly a question to be asked about, you know, what more can we do? How can we be effective in reaching students? And so this certainly ties to the greater communication, or the greater question of student engagement, but kind of the concerns that are relevant there, and certainly relevant here, that I wanted to raise is the piece of balance versus cohesion. You want to, you know, create as many access points again as possible for students, explore as many avenues as possible to get this information out there without muddying the waters, without making it confusing for students, making sure that it's certainly the same message, but you're delivering that message in as many places as possible. I think social media, of course, it poses a valuable tool. I think it's quintessential that you have students really being engaged in what that looks like. So happy to hear about kind of those steps there. So, you know, I'd be happy to partner in this work, and certainly look at my role as someone who can connect with students. And, you know, when we talk, personally, if I had the opportunity to know that one message I could send to all students would reach all of them, the two pieces that would have to be there, the opportunities available to them and the resources available to them. So this is really of the utmost importance, I think. So I'd be happy to just share my more specific thoughts about kind of the work that can be done there. And the last kind of question I want to ask, Ms. Harris spoke to this a little bit, was that piece of coordinating and creating a kind of cohesive front, even amongst, you know, the student well-being team, and we have all these different actors working towards the same goal, and creating cohesive front for students, again, to that piece of not muddying the waters. So I kind of wanted to ask, you know, it sounded like kind of the best, and correct me if this isn't the maybe most effective framework to approach this, but the kind of understanding is that the social worker is kind of the best point of contact for the student, and maybe having a collaborative team really can help direct the student in the direction they're supposed to go, whether it's a counselor, social worker, psychologist. So kind of, you know, if you were to be able to tell a student one specific kind of contact point, what would that be?
I would say the counselor.
Counselor?
I love my social workers, and I'm grateful for them every day. But the full-time social worker is only available full-time one-to-one at the high school level, and counselors are everywhere. And where there might be one social worker at a high school or any school, there are multiple counselors available at a high school, right? You can have anywhere up to 12 counselors there. And so counselors are also assigned by grades, sometimes last names. You have someone that belongs to you. And so I would never want to undersell the work that our counselors have done for years, long before our social workers. Additionally, something to consider is our counselor positions are locally funded. Right now, our well-being social workers are not locally funded. And so we know that they're with us for certain until next year. But after that, certainly we'll have to have a conversation. So, counselors.
Thank you. You know, and I think that goes to that piece. We can send the message everywhere, and we want to have a contact point, you know, undoubtedly that students can always have. So just wanted to bring some clarity to that point. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I did want to elevate one of Ms. Ravetta Evans' questions that she was texting me. I think you answered the age of consent question that she had, because she's hearing that parents are being asked to fill out the forms for support with the fentanyl crisis. But her other question was just as a follow-up, if we could get data on the demographics of the social workers that are serving our students. I'm going to go around to see if there are any remaining questions. Ms. Yang?
this is more a wondering for our, as you mentioned, our counselor is the contacting point, and they are in every school at every level of the schools. So I really trying to get a sense. For example, our elementary school counselors, many of our elementary schools have one counselors. There are the managers of 504s. They sit in IEP meetings. They deal with crisis situations, behavioral mental health issues. Now they have to give lessons, classroom lessons. So can you help me understand what percentage of their time is really devoted to classroom lessons?
I can start, and then I'm happy for the team to jump in. A few years ago, and I do give credit to Dr. Cruz for this, we actually had the counselors engaging in some significant data collection where they were taking a look at how often the student comes, what they're doing academically versus a direct service. And there was some disparity there in reference to the administrivia. Some of the things that we've heard about the scope creep for counselors, especially at the elementary school where they're the only counselor there serving the students. So I think this year we've continued with the data collection, which is going to be instrumental, and it's not just for the counselors, but we're doing it for the school psychologists as well. And what we're really looking to ascertain is what percentage of time are you spending testing, what percentage of time are you spending on direct services, what percentage of time are you spending on that academic or administrivia. And then from there, we're hoping to really look at the models that we have in place and how best to serve, especially at the elementary level.
Thank you. That will be very helpful. That data can inform our practices. Yes.
And if any other further questions for the good of the system?
Yeah, just one. I noticed in reading the memo that one of the things you talked about with the restorative justice approach was the collaborative approach to problem solving that involves all the members of the community, including students. And I would say I would really encourage us to reinforce that message in our individual schools, because I think so often there's a problem and administration just decides what they're going to do about it. And that's such a missed opportunity, because if there's a problem, students have a very unique understanding of it, a unique understanding that nobody else in the school has, and they probably also have a really good idea of what's really going on and what might help to fix it. And when we don't make them part of that problem-solving conversation, we're missing out. And then what we see is just a hammer that falls. The bathroom doors get locked. The courtyard is off limits. And those kinds of rather draconian things happen that impact all students, not necessarily in a positive way. Whereas a real collaborative, problem-solving, restorative conversation could come up with really interesting solutions that wouldn't have those impacts, but would fix the problem. So just encouraging us to really share that message with our administrators that your students may be your best problem-solving resource.
Thank you, and I'm going to ask for a final question as a follow-up. Bear with me. Several board members had asked about utilization data. Who's accessing the wonderful services that you have presented today? And so, as a follow-up, what can you share with the board to help us understand that issue at a high level? We want to ensure equity. We want to make sure that there is equitable access to these services across the system, in particular for the students that need it the most. So I don't know what to ask for, but if that makes sense to you, if you could give us give us some information to help us rest assured that all of these wonderful investments have equitable access across our system. Thank you. Yes, Dr.
I just want to thank the entire team. As a newcomer, this is very impressive. I just want to also remind us all, this amount of work has been accomplished in approximately 5 months. So it is tremendous, and I'm confident, based on the foundation that is here and the work that has been done not only by MCPS, but also by our partners in the county, that the system will continue to mature and move in the right direction. So thank you.
Dr. McKnight?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Murphy. I'm so glad you said that. I think in the last two presentations, I'll say that, we tried to bring forward data to really reinforce that. In this presentation, I want to commend the team as well. I know we started out this year, actually we started during the pandemic, just all in everything to try and support our students. But this is the first presentation we've brought forward to say what the services are, who's accessing them by ethnic group, by grade, to give us a sense of how we're doing and who we are still not reaching and who we want to continue to support. So I know we will continue to learn from these formats that we have built moving forward. But if the board has some specifics around what you want even deeper, we're happy to do that. But 5 months, I have to say, Dr. Murphy said it best. It is just amazing. Thank you for being data-driven. You mentioned earlier, Vice President Evans, that connecting it to the A&S meetings that we have. And it's true. 2 years and a quarter, we've been trying to put a lot of Band-Aids on a lot of things. This year, we're restoring that data so that we can be very intentional about what we're doing and how we're addressing issues. And, there are many of them happening all the time, but I think our commitment to continue to learn from what we're implementing and starting with the data to do that speaks volumes to our work moving forward. So we will continue to do that. And thank you for allowing us this year to really bring these platforms together to look at how these services are playing out for our students, each and every one of them individually.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. I apologize that we are running behind schedule because this is such a important and huge conversation. But I think you shared a lot of very good information for the board to reflect on and maybe ask more targeted questions in the future. I saw something about a September update, so I appreciate it. I think that we had a lot of questions, a lot of questions on this topic. And now we have a better idea of what's happening so that we can have a more focused conversation about the things that matter the most to the school system and to this board. And so with that, thank you very much. We greatly appreciate all your work on this. And now we will proceed to the next agenda item, which is number 9, action on board policies. And I will pass it to our Vice President, Ms. Shebra Evans, to get us started.
So thank you, President Silvestri. Mrs. Smandrowski had to leave, and so I serve on the policy committee along with Mr. Kim and Ms. Wolf. And so at this time, we will ask Ms. Turner Percival and Ms. Davis to come down to the table to discuss the 3 policies that we have on the agenda. And I want to remind board members that since the policies are coming from committee, when we do take final action, we do not need a second. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Turner Percival to begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Vice President Evans. Good afternoon, President Silvestri, Dr. McKnight, members of the board. I serve as the Legal Director in the Office of General Counsel, and with me is Sally Davis, also from the Office of General Counsel. She is a policy supervisor. Joining Ms. Davis and myself are Francis Frost from the Office of Wellbeing, Learning, and Achievement, and Edwin Hernandez from Equity Initiatives. Policy ABA was moved to the full board for final action by the Policy Management Committee at their January 26th meeting. And we're here today to discuss public comments received on ABA and provide updates to the policy in response to feedback received. In a moment, Mrs. Frost will review the public engagement responses. But as you may recall, we are returning from an extended public comment period with proposed revisions to the draft policy in response to public comments. The full board took tentative action on March 24th, 2022 to send the draft out for public comment, and that comment period was open from March 30th, 2022 through December 22nd, 2022. And we left the public comment period open to allow for additional time for the completion of the anti-racist audit. I will now turn it over to Mrs. Frost to discuss the engagement activities.
Thank you and good afternoon.
This on? Okay.
In your packets, you have the stakeholder engagement summary that shows over a year of engagement, efforts to develop this policy, and consult with our community about engagement. You also have the summary of the 20 comments that were received from the public comment portal and through emails to the board office regarding the updates to the policy. So in preparing these revisions, we remind you of the conversations that we engage with face-to-face with the community, and they were held previous to December 2021 committee meeting. One item was that we held small targeted focus groups in English, Spanish, Chinese, Amharic, and Vietnamese with native-speaking facilitators. So those groups were small, but they allowed the participants to have more detailed conversation in their native and preferred language with native-speaking facilitators. These groups raised the following issues for community engagement that were addressed in this policy. One was to include equity, diversity, and inclusion goals and metrics. One was require intentional, differentiated, culturally appropriate approaches to community engagement, having understandable policy language and translated policies. We also met with representatives from the Black and Brown Coalition to understand their suggestions for more inclusive engagement, and their suggestions similarly reflected the points that were brought up in our smaller focus groups. And in our various conversations with stakeholders, it was apparent that we should incorporate the following considerations for better community engagement: more far-reaching and multilingual communication to all of our communities, building capacity of our parents to engage more fully, and then the key concepts that we have addressed in the policy and will address in accompanying regulation include the following: applying an equity lens to address the impact on all of our students, intentionally including students in our engagement efforts, using best practice tools such as the MCPS Culturally Responsive Engagement Planning and Implementation Tool and evidence of equity and other relevant industry resources to be used by staff leading family engagement activities or providing professional development for our staff. MCPS may need to employ a variety of methods appropriate to the goals of their engagement activities. So not all strategies will work for all goals. MCPS should also provide appropriate resources, professional development, and staff to design, facilitate, and conduct these activities effectively, and that there will be a report back to the board with a summary of any engagement efforts, so that, again, you'll know who participated and who you're hearing from through those efforts, and providing support to our local school administrators so that they can also facilitate engagement in their community. Thank you. Oh, I have more. In effectively implementing this policy, we suggest careful consideration of the following, and you'll hear some of this in the draft policy. Professional development training on community engagement should be provided to the Board of Education members so that you can effectively engage, the Board of Education staff, and MCPS central office staff that will be leading and involved with community engagement activities. This recommendation is listed in the anti-racist audit next steps, and similar training should also be provided to school-based staff, as we will suggest in our policy ABC proposed revisions. Community engagement activities should be aligned with the anti-racist audit recommendations and next steps. That came out a lot as one of the recommendations in that audit. And effective community engagement takes time, professional experience, and skills. For instance, facilitating productive conversations and making sure we are reaching specific target audiences for various topics are imperative. This work is more than extra duties and requires people who are familiar with and dedicated to this work and experienced in this work. MCPS should consider hiring or staffing positions specifically focused on community engagement with people who have appropriate and relevant background in culturally inclusive, large group engagement, and or provide funding for consultants for this purpose. Thank you.
President Silvestri, I am happy to go through the draft and point out the changes we made in response to the public comments we received, but in the interest of time, how would you like us to proceed?
I think everyone has reviewed the policy carefully, with which you indicate what the changes are. So, Ms. Evans, are you okay?
I'm prepared to have us vote and take action on policy ABA. So by a show of hands, all in favor of policy ABA, community involvement? Okay. And that is unanimous of those present. So thank you for the work that you've done, Mr. Hernandez, Ms. Frost. I want to acknowledge in the audience, Mr. John Landsman. John, you know I know your name, drawing a blank. And then also in the audience is Ms. Garcia, yes, who's done a tremendous amount of work with everyone on this community in involvement policy. So thank you. And at this time, we can move to the next policy, ABC, parent involvement, parent and family involvement.
Thank you. Turning now to policy ABC, we are bringing policy ABC parent and family involvement today for tentative action. The draft that is before you not only changes the title to reflect an emphasis on family-school partnerships beyond just parent involvement, but also incorporates findings from the anti-racist audit and updates to national standards for family-school partnerships. I will now turn it over to our colleagues who continue to join us to provide background and describe the updates to the policy.
All right. Moving on to ABC, this is focused more on parent and family involvement. You have a chart in your packet, the policy ABA and policy ABC side-by-side analysis, where we differentiate what the different policies are. You'll note that policy ABA focuses on community engagement from the board level relating to more district level decision making. And policy ABC, the parent and family involvement policy, deals more with school level engagement of families as they're making decisions about their families and their children. Policy ABC also fulfills the federal requirements that are in the Every Student Succeeds Act for Title I, Title III, and Title IV, which requires that there is a parent engagement policy and that school districts have meaningful consultations with families. So we included that chart for your quick reference. All right, let me keep myself in order. That's it. That's you.
Buenas tardes, miembros del Consejo de Educación, Presidenta Silvestre, Doctora McKnight, y colegas. Good afternoon, members of the Board of Education, President Silvestre, and colleagues. I wanted to make sure that I did that in Spanish purposely because I'm going to share with you some of the conversations, community conversations I've had in this past month with members of the community in talking about policy ABC. In addition to federal law, I also want to highlight that the Maryland State Department of Education also uplifts two-way communication as essential, those family-school partnerships in supporting the education and well-being of students and student success. With these community conversations that we've had, and let me provide a little context about what community conversations I'm talking about. Everybody knows that we recently had an anti-racist system audit. And as part of creating a comprehensive action plan, we said that we were going to have community conversations. And again, what we hear in having these conversations with the community is that parents want to advocate on behalf of their children. And it doesn't matter who they are. And I want to also bring this, highlight this report again, because in Community Relations and Engagement, Observation 5.2, it says, and I'll read, some staff perceive that the current system for communication and family engagement produces barriers for families of color and report not knowing how to implement family involvement strategies in the ABC Parent and Family Involvement District Policy. So I really want to align that what we're doing, what we have in the report, the recommendations and observations that we have in the report is aligned with what we're doing right now. And so when we look at policy ABC, we have to look at it critically. We must to identify alternatives and make upgrades to our system practices that exclude identifiable groups of families from meaningful family engagement. So I hope that we would use this opportunity with the review of this policy and the audit, that these things are not disconnected from each other. Also, I want to provide some key examples of meaningful two-way communication partnerships that we have in schools, such as the SIP, the School Improvement Plan, parent-teacher conferences, and other activities that happen at school where we engage families. Also, in our community conversations meetings that I just mentioned, one of the things that I've noticed and that families keep saying, and I'm going to highlight 3 community conversations I've had in Spanish. We had one with LSAG, we had one with Identity, and one with parents from Oakland Terrace Elementary School. There are 3 themes that came out of those conversations. One, there was this, that in MCPS, we need to acknowledge that we need to have more Latino educators, and that's missing, and we need to acknowledge that, because the engagement is connected to that. It feels different when families are being communicated in their own language. But then in another group, they said, you know what, it's not enough just having bilingual staff, because I've been in schools where there's bilingual staff, but they're still not treating us with respect, that we feel welcome or that we feel visible. So just speaking Spanish is not enough. There has to be constant, also professional development in having those customer skills on how do you make families feel engaged and welcome in their schools, advocating for their children. And in another one, community conversation, it's MCPS has so many resources, but you know what? It's so hard to find it. No one can tell us where it is. And I realized that there were things that existed, but when I needed them, I did not know they were there. So I say this because these are some of the challenges that we have heard. But we have also heard about the good things that happen in MCPS. For example, there was a parent that said, you know, in my school community, I don't want to ever move because the way that they treat me, it's like I feel that I feel that my daughter has a great education at the school. I feel included. I feel welcome, and I'm afraid that if I move communities, that's not going to happen. And then further, there was the same parent said, you know, there was this school admin secretary, Ms. Martinez, who, if you came to report a bullying incident or anything that you had, maybe sometimes she would not know the answer, but she would tell you she does not know the answer, but she would find the answer, call you back, and make sure that she finds the answer for you. And for me, that feels that I'm being listened to. And so these are some of the examples that I've heard in these community conversations. Just to point out that sometimes with these policies, we don't have to get very creative. We just have to be human in connecting with our community. So now I am going to pass it on to Francis, who's going to talk more from the system level lens of the policy. Okay.
Again, Ms. Silvestri, we are ready to walk through the policy, but I am looking at the clock. What would you like us to do?
Well, I think we all read the policy, so I'm just going to see if colleagues have any questions that they want to make sure that gets captured, because this is now going out for public comment, correct? So if you have any thoughts on, well, it's going out for public comment because we want to hear from the community, but if there's anything that any board member wants to highlight or speak up about, please put your light on. Go ahead, Ms.
Yeah, just bearing in mind the comments you just made about your engagement with the community, do we have a plan, so this is going out for public comment, to really ensure that we are making the opportunity to comment well known, but also really making it feel safe and welcoming for people to share their comments about the policy?
Ms. Harris, part of the reason we purposely included the anti-racist audit in this conversation was just how many conversations have been had at this level to capture the themes so that we could capture the themes that were of particular interest. So we hope we have reflected that. We will be doing our process of translating the policy and putting it out in comment. And we are in the planning stages of making sure we get around to the meetings that we need to get that kind of feedback.
Thank you. And I think we have great partners out there that can help us do this work. So, and it sounds like you're very connected. So thank you.
Ms. Evans?
Yes, I'm just going to say I always appreciate Mr. Hernandez. You always bring your head and your heart to this work. And you're really great at bringing back the stories of our communities. And so with that being said, the partners that we have worked with, they're aware that this is coming forward for public comment. And so we'll make certain to circle back to them to make sure that they know that they can comment at that time. So since we're taking tentative action for this policy to move forward to go out for public comment, can I get a show of hands of all board members that are in favor of moving it forward? Excuse me.
I just wanted to make a comment before we.
Oh, sure. Okay, I wasn't aware of that because you said that we were ready to move forward. So go ahead, please comment.
And I don't know if anyone else had any lights on, questions or comments before we take a vote. But one thing that struck me as I reviewed this policy, these two policies today, and the public information policy, is the constant repetition of we're going to translate and interpret. We're going to translate and interpret. And I feel like after 15 years in the system, we should really look at strengthening that, making sure that our system is well equipped to do that effectively. And so I have asked the chair of the policy committee to look at language access policy for MCPS. She has agreed to look into it. And so the committee will maybe look at some examples of other school systems that have a language access policy, like DC Public Schools, to determine if that's needed here in Montgomery County. But I just see that repetitive theme in our policies and in a lot of our community engagement work, and I just want to make sure that it's as strong as it can be for the benefit of our community. So I just wanted to share that.
We will take that back.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Silvestri. Does anyone else have any other comments? Okay. All right. All right. So at this time, just get a vote on tentative action and moving this policy forward for public comments. All in favor by a show of hands? And that is unanimous of those present. So thank you again for your work on this policy. We appreciate that. And so now we can move forward to policy BBB, ethics.
So for our presentation of the proposed updates to policy BBB ethics, we will review the technical updates required by law, followed by proposed updates proposed by the ethics panel. However, I'm also cognizant of the time. And I can give a high-level just overview of some of the technical revisions, or I can give more detailed explanation of the revisions. But I can certainly, I'm open to what you would like to do.
We absolutely want to respect all the work that you all did in putting this forward. Let me ask my colleagues. So we have had this on board docs. You've had an opportunity to look at it. Do we need, or do you need for them to go through it? Do you have any questions that you would like to ask? And seeing
questions.
Ms. Harris?
So in going through the material, most of these changes are sort of being legislatively driven. So, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay.
And then there were a few additional, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say that's right. The Maryland General Assembly put forth enacted new legislation that required specific updates. But there are also some proposed revisions by the ethics panel that we're also prepared to present on.
And if our viewers want more in-depth information, we recommend you tune into the Policy Management Committee meeting where all the, yes, and then they can go back and look at the previous one. I'm just saying, going forward, check out our meetings. Come listen and learn. But just thank you all. I really do appreciate the hard work that you all put into our policies. And I know that sometimes we want them to get done quickly, and it takes a lot of time. And so you all are great about getting them pushed out in a sufficient amount of time. So with that being said, can I get a show of hands, all board members that are in support of taking tentative action with public comments, to move forward with public comments? That is unanimous of those present. Thank you all for your work. Ms. Silvestri?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for your hard work, and we look forward to that engagement to put our improved practices to work with these policies that are going out for public comment now. And now that moves us to our next agenda item, which is consent items. And I will ask my fellow board members if they have any items that they would like to pull. If not, then we can vote in block. Ms. Harris.
Yes, item 10.8, the monthly financial report.
Okay.
Move to move consent items 10.1 through 10.7 in block.
Can I get a second?
I second.
All in favor? And that is unanimous with those present. Okay, so if we could get an update on the monthly financial report, and maybe Ms. Harris, you can introduce what exactly you want to know about it. Yep.
Just one quick point,
You're late.
Just one quick issue, reading through the monthly financial report, there is the notation that there is a possibility that our health benefits trust fund could end the year in this fiscal year in a deficit. It's early days. And so I just wanted to invite Mr. Riley to give it just a little bit of context and coming attractions. We will be looking very in-depth at this issue at the March 23rd Fiscal Management Committee meeting, when we will have much more updated data on where we likely will end at the end of the fiscal.
Yeah, I can provide you some update on why we kind of put that notation in there. If you recall, we've been talking about the employee benefit fund from last year's budget discussions as well, too. So there was funding there that didn't go through in the budget. So we've seen the fund balance go from 62 million to 50 to 35. And this year, we do think there's a possibility that it could go negative. Now, some things to our advantage. We did do the RFP where we moved from Care First to Cigna. As I've mentioned before, there's savings there of $10 million annualized. We'll realize $5 million of that in this fiscal year. So that's going to make it less dire for this year, though there's still an issue for next year. That's kind of where we're at right now.
Thank you. More to come.
Ms. Yang?
Oh, no, that was for the second.
Okay, great.
She's ready to go, so move approval. 10.8. I move item 10.8.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present. Thank you. We now moving on to item 11, which is for informational purposes only. Item 12. Can I get a motion to move 12.1 and 12.2 in block?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present. Item 12.3, new business. Do any board members have any new business to bring forward?
Not new business. I just wanted to mention, when we were all at the E&C committee meeting at the council, there was a conversation about the utility of us providing our monthly construction progress reports directly to the Education and Culture Committee. Just wondering if we can do that. Make sure that I think it comes from facilities, that they provide that report directly.
We can check on that. I think it was a follow-up from that committee meeting.
I mean, it's a public document, so.
Thank you. And since there's no new business, I will move on to our informational summaries, also for information only. And could I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So move.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present. Thank you so much, everyone. We are adjourned.